Hello and welcome to Transfer Deadline Day here on the commentary. We're going to be live with you right through until 10 o'clock this evening as we bring you updates. And a little bit later on the Premier League clash between Sunderland and Burnley. This evening, Paul James will be joining me later on to bring you those updates on Transfer Deadline Day as we the final day of the window, as we do every year here on the channel. Bring you live updates right through until the close of the window. We're going on a couple 3 hours later with some Premier League action following us with updates from Paul James. A little bit later on, which we'll switch our attention to from around about 7 o'clock just after the window closes. We'll just keep you up to date with any transfer news that comes in between now and 7 o'clock. As you can see there, less than 2 hours to go then on Transfer Deadline Day. Who will come out with the best window of deadline on deadline day and during the January transfer window as well. Let's run through some of the deals that have gone through so far today in the last few throughout the day before we came on air at 5 o'clock, and I've got them in front of me right just here right now, so I can bring you those there this evening. If you are tuned in and want to come and say hello, do leave your comments in the comment section and I'll read them out to you there. Survey Narpan has been recalled from his loan spell at Middlesbrough to go back to Manchester City, as James McConnell from Ajax to Liverpool. In the Championship, Joe Wildsmith of West Bromwich Albion is joined Middlesbrough on loan as well. Colin Schindler has gone to Charlton from FK Waldrinda for an undisclosed fee. Joe Rebo has joined Southampton. Has left Southampton to join Leicester on loan, jumping one Championship club to another. Ryan Doherty has gone from Stevenage to Ipswich for an undisclosed fee. Patrick Roberts, Sunderland to Birmingham for an undisclosed fee. Kamara from Arsenal to Blackburn for an undisclosed fee. Jumoa Abeloa from Aston Villa to West Bromwich Albion on loan there as well in the Championship. Leo Elder to Sunderland, from Sunderland to Sheffield United in the Championship there. Frankie Winham from Chelsea to Ipswich, those last two deals on loan. In League One, some deals have gone through there as well. You can look at those online. Just read you a couple of them out as well to give you a couple of them here as well. Jacob Mendy from Wrexham to Peterborough, all for an undisclosed fee. Bobby Wells from Swansea to Huddersfield. Tottenham's Herbie James is going to Cardiff City on the undisclosed fee. Elliot Lees from Wrexham for Doncaster. Ethan Willis from Manchester United for Bradford City. And Tyler Roberts, the former Leeds man, is from Birmingham City for Mansfield Town as well. Into League Two then, Asapa Osong has gone from Nottingham Forest to Fleetwood Town on loan. Tobias Brennan from Wigan to Harrogate. Ethan Wheeler there, as I mentioned, to Bradford on loan. Omar Beckles from Leighton Orient to Gillingham on a free transfer there as well. Some in the Scottish leagues as well. Their window doesn't close till 11 o'clock tonight. Here in the UK, it closes at 7 o'clock, and that is what you've got there. Then the side of me, just to the side, just there, as you look at it. As you can see there on the screen, 1 hour, 56 minutes. Well, 1 hour and 55 minutes and 57 seconds left of deadline day. I will keep you bang up to date with all the transfers in and out. And if you see any news that I have missed today, please do get in touch, whether it's in the live chat, and give us your take on your deadline day for your team, as well as we will keep you bang up to date between now and the close of the window at 7 o'clock this evening. Nicholas is in. Big up to you, Nicholas. My friend, hopefully you're doing okay, Nick. Really good to have you with us. On deadline day, they've made no signings so far. Reading or Wycombe Wanderers. There's been a few in League One though. Ruben Walters has gone from Luton to Blackpool. Wrexham, Jacob Mendy to Peterborough. Bobby Wells from Swansea to Huddersfield. Herbie James from Tottenham to Cardiff. Nick Tizanrev from Newport to Huddersfield. Elliot Lee from Wrexham to Doncaster. Ethan Wheeler from Manchester United to Bradford City. Jack Hunt has gone from Stockport County to Wigan Athletic on a free transfer. James Morris from Watford to Leighton Orient for an undisclosed fee. And Tyler Roberts from Birmingham to Mansfield for an undisclosed fee there as well. So Nobody has moved from Reading to Wickham as of yet, Nicholas. We'll keep you bang up to date with any of those teams along here on deadline day, as and when we get it here on the commentary of Russ and guiding you through the action this evening. On transfer deadline day, we'll give you updates from the Premier League clash later as well. Right, some breaking news from Southampton for you, and let's just get our breaking news strap on the top of the screen, shall we? So you know that it is breaking news, which has come in the last few minutes. In Southampton have agreed a deal to sign Canada international Kylan Lauren on loan till the end of the season. He was on loan a final from Real Mallorca. That was cut short to allow him to move to St Mary's. The 31 has completed his medical. Only was subject of interest from clubs in Spain, Italy, France, Greece, and the MLS. Was chosen Southampton due to their style of play and to get game time ahead of the World Cup. Lauren is seen as a replacement for Adam Armstrong, who is set to join Wolverhampton Wanderers as a replacement for Jørgen Strand Larsen, who is going to be joining Crystal Palace. That is on transfer deadline day today. If you are in and want to get your thoughts in on your team or ask me about your team, do get in touch and we'll give you those as and when we get any news there. In the last few minutes, just before we came on air, actually, 20 minutes, just about 20 minutes or so, just before we came on air, Celtic rejected the third bid from Nottingham Forest for Arne Engels with 25 million. Forest had Celtic had no plans to sell Engels this window, and Martin O'Neill said he'd hoped the club would rebuff any offers, and that's why they appeared to have done. Listen to the manager, or interim manager Martin O'Neill, and rebuffed those offers there. We'll keep you bang up to date with any news as we get it here on transfer deadline day. Right. That's where we are up to date at the moment on transfer deadline day, with less than 2 hours to go then. Here on deadline day, will your club sign somebody before the deadline shuts, or will it be not enough for your team today? Leeds United fans, no signings expected at Ellen Road today. Let us know your thoughts on that in the comment section of our live video, and we can keep you bang up, and we'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on transfer deadline day. You're listening to myself, Russ, and keep you across everything that is happening on transfer deadline day today. Good to be with you here on the commentary this evening, as always. Right, we'll be bringing you some football tonight, as I mentioned, and I'll show you who we have got covering that game for us a little bit later on and show you the setup for that. There, the clock will just, the background is there, ready for the game this evening. And if I just remove myself for a second, as you can still hear me, there is the clock what's remaining of the window, and you can see there, Paul James will report on Sunderland's clash with Burnley this evening. Kickoff is at 8 o'clock in that game for the Premier League encounter this evening here on the channel, and we'll be with you. Kickoff for that one, as I didn't show you that kickoff there, as you can see, is at 8 o'clock in this game. And where's this kickoff there, we'll let you know what half it is down there, so you can keep up to date with what half of the match we're in, and we'll keep you bang up to date with those deals there and any deals that get done after the deadline, because sometimes deal sheets go in and the deals get done after the deadline has passed, and that's what could happen today as we keep you bang up to date on transfer deadline day right through until the close and beyond that as well, with those updates coming as well. Big thank you for coming in to us all, and thank you for choosing us to listen to here on transfer deadline day. Deals happening all the time. Like Jean-Philippe Mateta was set to go to AC Milan, as that was agreed for 30 million, but an injury to Mateta in his knee, it means he has failed his medical at Milan, and it looks like he may be having to stay put at Crystal Palace or try and find an alternative exit plan for him there, and we'll keep you bang up to date with that one as and when we do so, as we can keep you right up to date here on transfer deadline day. One deal that's set to happen in the Championship from the Premier League is former Leeds United midfielder Calvin Phillips is set to swap the Blue off of Manchester for the red off of Sheffield. Sheffield United are working on a deal to sign Calvin Phillips there for on loan from Manchester City. We have just received some breaking news here from League One, and that is Barnsley. They have completed the loan signing of Oxford's Tom Bradshaw. He is signed at Oakwell. Tom Bradshaw coming in there at Oakwell today. So that's a good signing for Barnsley as we keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening here on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you up to date. Will any deals get done involving your side, whether you support Leeds United, whether you support Arsenal, whether you support Rotherham, whether you support like Nicholas, Wickham, and follow Reading as well. Whether you do as though your team is, and we'll try and let you know whether your team will be getting a signing in on Transfer Deadline Day here this evening, as we'll keep you bang up to date with what is happening here tonight, as we keep you up to date here on Transfer Deadline Day, and we will keep you updated on that. As you can see, 1 hour 48 minutes left to go on Transfer, or just over that now here on Transfer Deadline Day. Do get in touch with us as well. You can get in touch on there as well, and if you've got my number and know me personally, you can get in touch with me there as well with any transfer news. I can keep a check on that coming through there as well, and you can keep us up to date with your team. What does your team need on Transfer Deadline Day? Do let us know if that is going to be the case. If you're tuning in for the very first time today, thank you very much indeed. Really good to have you with us today in this evening. Early evening as well, as we'll with you till 10 p.m. this evening, as we'll bring you updates a little bit later on Transfer Deadline Day of Sunderland against Burnley from the Premier League, and we'll give you the team news a little bit later on as well, and we'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep bringing you the team news, which will go across the bottom of our screens once we get the team news in for that game this evening. Evening to Media Radio, Jingles and Gaming. It says, evening Russ, Nicholas, and everyone. Well, another Transfer Deadline Day. Let's see who all the clubs get. Yeah, let's see. Indeed, I can tell you though that Leeds United, as it stands right now, with less than 1 hour and 45, just over 1 hour 46 minutes left to go, will no longer be bringing anybody in here on Transfer Deadline Day, which closes at 7 p.m. in the UK. But if a deal sheet goes in, you have an extra 2 hours to get the deal completed. And that's not just in the Premier League anymore. It is also happening now in the Football League as well. The transfer deal sheet, which could see some deals get done after it. Then Rotherham United, as of our close signing mentioned, striker Gabriel Bianchiri on loan for the rest of the season, and also they are set to sign a left back from Aston Villa, Leo Souza, there as well. And while Sean Raggett is set to leave the club and go on loan to Cambridge for the rest of the season, and will not be getting any game time under Matt Amshaw now for the remainder of the season in London. So he's going to go and get some minutes there. And good luck to Sean, really good, excellent pro is Sean, and a lot of time for the fans outside the ground, as well as we keep you bang up to date with all the transfer news that is happening today. Does your club need a transfer coming in? Do let us know. You can get in touch with us on the live chat. Let us know what your club needs there as well. Some breaking news here, and we can tell you which is news from Spurs. So Spurs fans, listen up. And John Kane, if you are listening, it is not the news that you'll be wanting me to bring you regarding Thomas Frank. It is that several clubs in Spain and Italy were interested in Tottenham goalkeeper Anton Kinski, who is also a West Ham target. Spurs will not be letting Kinski leave on deadline day. Elsewhere, Tottenham centre-back Alfred Dorrington has joined Salford City on loan till the end of the season. 20-year-old has been at Spurs since he was 13 and made his top flight debut in 24-25 season as a substitute in a 5-0 away win at St Mary's against Southampton. In the first half of this season, he was on loan at Aberdeen for a second time, making appearances for the Scottish side in the SPFL, Scottish Premier League, the Europa League, and the Conference League, as well as for Aberdeen. So that is the latest news just into us here on the commentary for you this evening. We can keep you bang up to date with everything that happens between now and the end of the window. Do get in touch with us. If you feel your club needs a signing, do let us know, and we'll do our best to react to you and let us know what we think about a certain player like your club's being linked with. Do let us know, as well as we give you transfer deadline day news right through until 7 o'clock. Well, we'll give you the news up until we go off air at 10 o'clock this evening. Scottish window closes at 11 o'clock this evening. We'll only be on air until 10 o'clock this evening as we keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening here on transfer deadline days. We keep you bang up to date. Just breaking news here, which is coming in from Sunderland. And it was reported earlier on that Sunderland this afternoon had agreed a £17.5 million deal, 15 million upfront with 2.5 million add-ons for Nielsen Anguilla. Earlier on today, he's had a medical in Paris ahead of joining Sunderland. Hhowever, his deal relies on Adel Uchi moving to Schalke. It says here, Uchi's permanent transfer to Schalke opens up a loan spot for Simon Adingra to be loaned to Monaco. Uchi cutting his loan short at Aberdeen. Sunderland don't have the loan exit spot available to make move Adingra out without Adingra leaving. Sunderland don't sign Anguilla currently. Anguilla having a medical in France. In Paris. Adingra having a medical in London. And Uchi's having a medical in Schalke. Seems to me if your name is beginning with A, you're not a part of the deal, according to this reporter here that I've just read here, Keith Downey from Sky Sports News there. Some breaking news here as well. And it was reported earlier that Arsenal was due to sign 18-year-old James Wilson from Arts. However, in the last few minutes, it is being reported right now that Tottenham will be the likely destination for the 18-year-old striker. He will join Spurs' under-21 squad. Also did want him an initial loan, but Spurs went to the race to sign him now, an initial loan with an option to buy, and he will join the Tottenham Spurs squad, the 18-year-old. So it looks like Tottenham will be beating them there this evening. Then, and Karen Phillips is closing in on a move which will see him leave Manchester City and drop down to the Championship and join Sheffield United on loan for the remainder of the season. As well, some breaking news into there, right here on transfer deadline day. As I say, it moves all the time. Yes, Media Radio Jingles, another 7 p.m. deadline here in the UK. Well, in England anyway. Not the usual 11 o'clock deadline, which it is in Scotland today, but we'll only be there until 10 o'clock this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening right here on transfer deadline day as we bring you the news on signings for your club potentially. And we're just receiving some news here which is regarding Axel Disasi of Chelsea and his potential move to West Ham United. We understand here with the commentary, he's now beginning his medical at West Ham United, ready of that move there, and that deal looks set to get done in time before the 7 o'clock deadline. But however, as long as all the paperwork's in and it's signed by Chelsea, signed by West Ham, and signed by Disasi, and submitted before 7 o'clock, West Ham will then have until 9 o'clock this evening to get everything completed in time here on transfer deadline day. as we bring you all the latest news right here on the commentary. It's just gone 20 past 5 here in the UK. Thank you very much for joining us today on Deadline Day as we keep you bang up to date right here on Deadline Day as we keep you updated. Will your club make a signing? Let us know your thoughts. Whether your club need to strengthen, let us know your thoughts as well as we keep you bang up to date right here on Transfer Deadline Day as we keep you updated today. Really good to have you with us here on Deadline Day. Who will your club sign before the window slams shut this evening? Do let us know your play thoughts and where you think the priority lies for your club here on Deadline Day and whether you think your club will go out and get those deals. There we keep you bang up to date with the latest news here this evening as we keep you updated through until the close of the window and the years after that as well. Let's see what happens on Deadline Day today then. As we keep you bang up to date here. Just something here which has come out. There was reports earlier today that Sandro Tonali was offered. There'd been contact between Arsenal and Newcastle regarding Sandro Tonali. However, we're just learning that it was offered to Arsenal by his agent. So Arsenal explored the opportunity, but there was no direct contact with Newcastle, and nothing will happen this window. So maybe one to watch for the summer window for Arsenal there as we watch here on Transfer Deadline Day. Right, we'll keep you bang up today then. Who will your club sign here on Deadline Day? Let us know as we keep you bang up to date right through to the end of the window, slamming shut at 7 o'clock, and we'll be off air at around about 10 o'clock this evening here, UK time, as we keep you updated on Deadline Day till then, and we'll keep you updated with the football from the Premier League this evening as well, with updates from Paul James a little bit later on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you and we'll give you the team news for that game, which will go across the bottom of your screen once the team news gets confirmed for the side. As we keep you bang up to date here on Deadline Day, will there be any signings for your club if you're a Leeds fan? The answer is likely to be no. Let us know what you think about that. Are you happy with that? Or are you sad about that? Let us know your thoughts on where you stand on that one there with the club not making any last minute deals on Transfer Deadline Day. Some people not happy with the fact there that they've not got in a striker in case of an injury to Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and reports coming out earlier today that Dominic Calvert-Lewin is indeed injured for Leeds United, which will not be good news for Leeds fans up and down the country as we watch here on Transfer Deadline Day. As we are just getting some, we'll hopefully try and get some breaking news soon as well. If you're listening to the very first time, thank you very much for listening as we keep you bang up to date here. And you can see that Tom Bradshaw rejoins Barnsley. He was at Barnsley before and he's gone back to Barnsley now as well. Transfer window shuts at 7 o'clock, but as I mentioned, deal sheets can be put in to make sure the deal gets done in time. There, we'll keep you bang up to date. Will there be any deals for you, your teams tonight? Do let us know. And Arsenal fans, let us know your thoughts as Tottenham have hijacked your move, potential move for arch striker James Wilson on an initial loan deal, which will have potentially made permanent. Are you happy that you've missed out on him, or do you feel like another youngster is not what your club needs right now? And for that one there, we'll keep you bang up to date with what is happening here on deadline day, as we can keep you bang up to date. Yeah, on transfer deadline day. Hopefully you're doing well as we keep you bang up to date, as we keep you updated here. Is some breaking news from the Championship and effectively potentially League One, as well as York Ndiala, who's been on loan at Hull City from Manchester City, swapping the MKM Stadium for Hillsborough and swapping promotion chasing Hull for a relegation threatened Sheffield Wednesday on loan from Manchester City, after City decided to recall him from his loan at Hull City earlier today. Let's see what happens this evening here on transfer deadline day. Will there be any news for your club this evening? Let us know where you think your team needs to strengthen. In your opinion, do let us know. Do come and give us your thoughts on transfer deadline day, as we keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening right now on deadline day. Really good to be with you for transfer deadline day. This is my fourth time, maybe fifth, doing transfer deadline day streams here on the commentary, but I really do enjoy it. Sometimes I get some for talking transfers, but today that will not be the case. I can tell you that we have just received some breaking news in the last few minutes, and Everton fans, turn away from your screens right now, as it's bad news for you. Crystal Palace, they have tabled a very late bid of 20 million to sign winger Dwight McNeil. He's been a target by Nottingham Forest and Palace on initial loan deal, something which Everton were not prepared to entertain. But it looks like Palace have put in a £20 million bid to get that deal done, try and get that deal done, between the closing on a deal for Tyree George, a left winger on loan, with an option to buy. And we are told that it was key in allowing Everton to consider allowing McNeil to leave. There's no word yet whether on Everton's response, but Glasgow aside, now first race against time to get the necessary paperwork and quick tests done before 7 o'clock this evening. However, if there's an agreement from Crystal Palace, Everton and Dwight McNeil, then the deal sheet will go in, and Everton will have, and Palace will have up to 9 p.m. to get that deal done and complete the transfer. But if there's agreement in place before then, do let us know your thoughts on that one, Palace and Everton fans. What is your thoughts on that news that Dwight McNeil swapping the Il Dickinson for Selhurst Park there? Be interested to see how that one goes here on transfer deadline day. We'll keep you bang up to date with the news there. Really good to have you with us here on transfer deadline day, as we keep you bang up to date. Be interesting to see what happens here on that this evening as we approach the 7 o'clock deadline. I can just see some and just on the TV there, just bringing the breaking news, which I brought you a few months ago, about Crystal Palace putting an offering for Dwight McNeil there. Interesting to see what happens here now. Interesting to see what happens on transfer deadline day. Will you see any deals for your sides. Do let us know, and we'll keep you bang up to date with that news there on transfer deadline day. There, we'll keep you updated. Who will your club sign in the end? There, we'll keep you bang up to date. Just getting some news here, which is regarding the Arsenal news and the transfer of James Wilson. Arsenal offered Wilson a trial, while Spurs offered Arsenal a loan deal with a buy option clause, which was agreed. So Arsenal wanted to take him on trial first, but Spurs went straight in and went, we'll not have none of that. We want him, and I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll offer you a loan deal with a buy option clause. And that's like, yeah, we'll accept that one instead. So that is what's happened with the James Wilson saga. There, do let us know your thoughts on transfer deadline day. Will we see any last minute deals for your club this evening? Do let us know your thoughts and feelings on that one, and we'll keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day. Today we'll be with you right through until 10 o'clock or thereabouts this evening on transfer deadline days. We'll keep you bang up to date right here on the commentary. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in a few moments. Welcome back to the TCHub's coverage here on transfer deadline day. Will your club sign who you need, who your club needs here on transfer deadline day, or will the deal not go through, and will you not sign the players that your club needs to complete on transfer deadline day? Do let us know your thoughts as we keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline days. We keep you updated. Who will your club sign here on deadline day? If you're a Barnsley fan, you have re-signed Tom Bradshaw on loan. Good to have you with us today. If you're with us for the very first time, thank you very much for joining us today. We'll keep you updated on transfer deadline day right through until the close of the window on deadline day. We'll keep you bang up to date here on deadline day. Will your club get anybody in on deadline day, or has their business been concluded already? Like it looks like Leeds United's business has been done already. Those are your thoughts on deadline day, keeping you bang up to date with everything that happens here on deadline day as we keep you updated on transfer deadline day. Russ with you right through until close of business today. Really good to have you with us on transfer deadline day this evening as we keep you bang up to date right here on transfer deadline day with you right through until the close of play at the window closes at 7 o'clock here in the UK. We'll stay there till around about 10 o'clock, which will be an hour left of the Scottish transfer window as we bring you the updates from Sunderland versus Burnley in the Premier League as we keep you bang up to date here on deadline days. We keep you updated who will be the club that you who will be the player that you need for your club, should I say there. Do let us know what you think there today. Being interested to see what happens on transfer deadline days. Tottenham have just confirmed that George Abbott has joined League One side Mansfield Town on for the remainder of the season. So does Mansfield Town as well. So that's some breaking news there. Mansfield have signed George Abbott on loan from Tottenham Hotspur. That deal has just been announced in the last few minutes by both clubs this evening there as we keep you updated. Thank you very much. Here we have got for you on deadline day. Will we see any signings on deadline day for the channel as we keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day? Will Sunderland beat Burnley tonight? They're the only quick stat about that game, which is coming up later on here on deadline day. So we'll just take off this deadline day background and bring you this background here, and we'll bring you this up as well, and we'll bring you some news regarding this game, which kicks off, as you can see there, at 8 o'clock this evening. Paul James will be reporting on that game just a little bit later on for you this evening as we keep you bang up to date on transfer deadline day. Really good to have you with us today. And Sunderland are the only team at home yet to lose a match in the Premier League. Will that continue tonight, or will Burnley make Sunderland suffer the first defeat of the season at the Stadium of Light? Do join us later to find out about that one. Will that happen later? Do let us know your thoughts on that one as we keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening on transfer deadline and days. We'll keep you updated there on deadline day. Will we see any last minute deals? Will we see a deal that gets done? Or will the deal not get done for your club? Will Leeds United surprise people by saying they will not get it done, but then not make a signing, but then make a signing out of the blue at last? And then we've just received some breaking news from the Football League and it comes from League One and the Championship, this news. It is regarding Barnsley striker Davis Callier-Dunn, who played against Liverpool in the FA Cup earlier this season, which I commentated on. You can listen to how we played in that game by listening back to some of our previous videos here on the channel on transfer deadline day. And a deal's been agreed for him to join Wrexham from Barnsley this evening. That deal likely to get done very, very shortly on transfer deadline day. That deal has been agreed now, so be set to undergo a medical there as well. As we gain some more breaking news here, as we keep you updated on transfer deadline days, we can give you some news coming out of Celtic Park now. In Brentford defender Benjamin Arthur is set to join Celtic on loan till the end of the season. Brentford remain in discussions with Celtic, though Arthur remains set to join Martin O'Neill's side. That looks like set to happen in the Prem from the SPF in the SPFL, and I can tell you as well that could free up a move for Stephen Welsh to return to Motherwell before the deadline, of which is 11 p.m. in Scotland. So Scottish fans, don't worry, if that deal doesn't get done by 7 o'clock, that deal could still get done this evening here on transfer deadline day. This evening, as we keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day. Let's see how the deal gets done there as we watch in these reports coming out now that Rodon is out for 2 months for Leeds United, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin apparently injured as well. Those are unconfirmed reports. We'll find out later in the week whether those news are true or not. They will keep you bang up to date and keep you informed on news there as we keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day. We are live with you until 10 p.m. this evening UK time, or just after 10 o'clock give or take, to bring you the full time score from the Sunderland game. But we'll be with you right through until then here on transfer deadline day, keeping you bang up to date with everything that happens here on deadline days. We keep you updated. Will your club make a signing before the 7 o'clock deadline if you're in England, before the 11 o'clock deadline if you're in Scotland? Let us know your thoughts and let us know what you want us to check out for you, and let you know any last minute deals for your club as well. No new. But thank you very much if you're tuning in for the very first time today to the channel. We really do appreciate you there, as well as we keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day. Russ with you right through till 10 o'clock this evening here on transfer deadline day, keeping you updated. News which I brought to you earlier about Joe Wildsmith, that's just been officially confirmed now as well. There, that deal looks set. That's been done. Going back to the Davis Callier-Dunn news, which I brought to you a few moments ago, he has agreed a contract until summer of 2029, and he was on his way to Wales earlier on today to undergo a medical and finalise a move. The deal was set to be done. And Everton defender, this is some breaking news. Everton fans, I gave you some bad news earlier. I now got you some good news. Nathan Patterson, your right back, He's set to stay at the club after Everton turned down approaches from Genoa for the right back there as well. And Barnsley fans, you're set to sign Isaac Schmidt, Isaac Smith from Manchester City, the 20-year-old centre back who previously represented England at under 17 level there as well, as we keep you bang up to date with transfer news as and when we get it here on the commentary. Russ and getting through the action, and I'll keep you updated when I check out things for you on deadline day. What will happen as we approach in the final 1 hour of the deadline before it slams shut at 7 o'clock this evening in the UK, and a lot more hours than that, and then it'll be about another 4 hours or 3 hours or so. No, 5 hours in Scotland if you are waiting for it there, as we have got some news here. It comes from Spain, which they close at 10:59, I believe, their transfer window, and I can tell you it is news for Atletico Madrid. Atletico Madrid fans, there is some news for you. Atalanta fans, turn away now. You have just lost Ademola Lookman. He is signed for Atletico Madrid this evening. That deal has gone through. He signed a deal until 2030 right here on with that breaking news there. He signed a contract to a €40 million package was agreed with Atalanta for Ademola Lookman's transfer there to Atlanta. From Atlanta to Atletico Madrid, that deal there. And just some breaking news as well. It looks increasingly likely that Mateta stays at Crystal Palace now, following his move to Milan being off earlier after he failed his medical. And it looks as though Palace may still go and complete the deal for striker Jurgen Strand Larsen and Armstrong, set to join Wolves from Southampton for a fee worth $9 million, while Angel Gomez joining on loan from Marseille there, as well, as we keep you bang up to date with the deadline day news here on the commentary. Russ Venom with you right through until the end of the deadline. We'll keep you bang up to date with more deadline day news right after this short break. Welcome back to the Contrab's coverage here on transfer deadline day. We've got left going towards the final hour of deadline day. Will any deals get done between now and the end of the window there? Will we see a last gasp signing for any of your clubs there? Here we'll keep you bang up to date with the transfer deadline day news here on the commentary. Russ running with you today, right here, right now. And we'll keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day news. As we keep you bang up to date, we've got some football this evening. We'll bring you the updates of that one later today. But we have just received some news in on Jørgen Strand Larsen, the Wolverhampton Wanderers striker, is and his representatives are in central London ahead of a planned announcement of his £14 million move to Crystal Palace. In-house media duties have been completed and his medical was passed last night. But for me, what I'm going to say on this one, it would be funny, say like if, just for example, not funny for the fans of Crystal Palace, the fans of Wolverhampton Wanderers, it would be funny to say Adam Armstrong fails his medical at Wolverhampton Wanderers. So then Wolves say to Palace, we're not sanctioning this Strand Larsen deal now. He's got to stay with us till the end of the season. And then they miss out on him in the summer when other clubs from around Europe and the Premier League coming through when he's got £25 million on his deal. If Wolves were to go down and be relegated, that would be probably one of the funniest things to happen on deadline day for quite a while, and especially one of the funniest things that happened since I'd been on duty on deadline day. As we keep you bang up today there on transfer deadline day, will we see any news for your club this evening as we keep you bang up to date here this evening? We have had some football earlier today, but first off, we have got some news here which is just coming from Plymouth Argyle, and they have announced the signing of Herbie Kane on loan from fellow EFL League One side Huddersfield Town till the end of the season. He was linked with a move back to Barnsley after being on loan after previously playing for Barnsley, but he has instead joined Plymouth Argyle on loan from Huddersfield Town there as well. So there's some more breaking news for you here on transfer deadline day. That's all what we do. We bring you breaking news as and when we have it right here on transfer deadline day, and you can keep us on up till this evening to about just after 10 o'clock-ish as we bring you the transfer deadline day special with updates on the Burnley game a little bit later on as well here on transfer deadline days. We keep you bang up to date here on deadline day. Will we see any deals for your clubs this evening, or will we not see anything there? Will we get any deals done very, very soon? And we are just receiving some breaking news in right now as well. And that breaking news is that Junior Adamu to Celtic, medical has been completed, contract signed, deal is done for the Freiburg 24-year-old striker set to join on loan. That will be done very, very soon for the Celtic. For Celtic, there's we'll keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline days. We keep you bang updated today. Let's see what happens there as we keep you bang updated on transfer deadline day right here this evening. I'm Russ with you until about 10 o'clock this evening, and we're going to take another very, very shortly on transfer deadline day. But we are just hearing some news and trying to check it out first. But there is some reports that say Sheffield United have had a deadline day been rejected by West Bromwich Albion for Mikey Johnston. That deal will not be happening as the deal has been rejected by the clubs there. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. Will your side sign anybody today, or will the deadline day deals not happen? Do let us know your thoughts here on transfer deadline day as we keep you bang up to date here this evening, as we can keep you updated. We have just received some breaking news in here right now. We'll bring you that breaking news right now. And it comes from Everton and involves a Chelsea player as well. So Chelsea fans and Everton fans, listen up. I understand that Tyreek George has completed his medical at Everton and is currently finalising an initial loan move, which will include an option to buy. So Tyreek George, the 19-year-old, is set to go from Stamford Bridge to the Hill Dickinson. That deal is been in the final stages now, finalising the deal there. We'll keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day. And will we see any breaking transfer news coming up for you very, very shortly? We'll have to keep you updated. Transfer deadline day. We'll be with you, and we'll be with you until 10 o'clock this evening as we keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on transfer deadline day. Will we see any new signings this evening as we, for your side, in particular for my side, Leeds, doesn't look like it. There and here on transfer deadline days, we keep you bang up to date. What is happening on your club? We'll be back in just a few moments' time on the final hour or so on transfer deadline day. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the commentary hub with myself, Russ, taking you through till the close of the window and beyond with some Premier League commentary coming up. Welcome back to transfer deadline days. We keep you bang up to date with everything that happens between now and the deadline, which shuts at 7 o'clock here in the UK. And then we'll turn our attentions to the Premier League game this evening from there on in as we keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on transfer deadline day? Will we see any deals get done on deadline day, or will that not happen? Do let us know your thoughts here on transfer deadline days. We keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on deadline days. We keep you updated as we can keep you updated this evening as well as we bring you the final hours. So also here on deadline day, will we see any signings for Leeds United? It looks like we will not be doing, but let's see what happens there on deadline day. Keep you bang updated here on transfer deadline day today. Keep you updated on deadline day. Will we see any transfer news for your side today? Do let us know your thoughts as we keep you counting down the hours until deadline day. We're getting some breaking news just into us right this second. And I can tell you, Coventry City fans, you've got a new signing through the door. And that one will be Frank Onyeka on loan from Brentford. That deal has been completed. So Coventry City fans, you have signed Frank Onyeka on loan from Brentford. Coventry City fans, do let us know your thoughts, Coventry fans and Brentford fans. Let us know your thoughts on that deal there, which has just been completed in the last few minutes. There, in the last few seconds, in fact, as well. 1 hour to go on transfer deadline day. Will we see any news here today? We have just got some more news in the last few minutes, and I can tell you that Wes Arden, the former Rotherham United defender, currently of Millwall, has joined Plymouth Argyle on loan for the remainder of the season. He's dropped down from the Championship into League One as Wes Arden. With that transfer there, we'll keep you bang updated here on transfer deadline day, where we keep you updated with any news that we get. The final hour of deadline day, Rotherham United still pending to get 2 signings in, but will they beat the clock and get them done in time here on transfer deadline day? Don't go to bed just yet. There's still plenty of work to do for myself here on the commentary hub as we keep you bang updated this evening. What a game we have got to bring you today. Can we see any deals done? We'll be bringing you the team news as soon as we get it from Paul J. As soon as Paul arrives, we'll be going across to him together. What the lineups are for both teams, for Sunderland against Burnley as well, and we'll try and bring them up on the screen as well as he goes through the teams for you as well. So stay tuned for that one as we keep you bang updated on deadline day. Will the deals get done in time or will they not? Do let us know your thoughts here on transfer deadline day. We'll keep you bang updated here. Let's see how this one unfolds. Will Leeds United make any deals on deadline day? It looks like it will not happen for Leeds United, but we'll have to wait and see whether things change their mind in the end. And with less than an hour to go, plus stoppage time for deals to get done in time. Maybe just get done in time, but it may not be announced after the deadline, and we'll be right across those as well for you right until the close of the days. We keep you bang up to date on transfer deadline days. We keep you updated. Will we see any transfers for your club? Do let us know your thoughts here as we watch on today. Will we see anything that is going to happen today? Will Sunderland and Burnley were in action today make any signings due to the game ongoing? But will the deals get done there as we keep you bang up to date? There, let's see how this one does there as we keep you updated as Celtic, as I mentioned earlier, are closing in on a deal for Benjamin Arthur. There as we keep you updated on transfer deadline day. We'll keep you bang up today there as we can just bring you some breaking news from Celtic. And we can tell you right now that Celtic have announced the signing of Austrian international Junior Adamu, who has joined the club on loan from SC Freiburg till the end of the season, subject to international clearance. The Parkhead side has announced in the last few minutes that deal just gone through. We're still awaiting the confirmation of Strand Larson deal to go through. Still waiting for the information of Adam Armstrong deal to go through, and many other deals going through as well. It looks like Strand Larson deal will happen though. Everything is being done at Crystal Palace, including the in-house media duties and the medical and everything's being passed. Looks like that one will be getting done in the end there, and we can keep you bang up to date right here on transfer deadline day for your club today. Will we see any signings on deadline day, or will no signings come in for your club? Do let us know where you stand on that one. Will we see any signings for your club today? We'll keep you bang up to date with that one here on transfer deadline days. We keep you across all of the deals that get done there, and be interesting to see what happens moving forward as we see what happens there as we watch on this evening. Interesting to see if any deals get done for your club this evening on transfer deadline day. This evening we will try and bring you any news that we get on the deadline day deals and keep you across everything here. On deadline day, we'll keep you bang up to date with the transfer news as and when we can. As we watch deals try and get done for clubs up and down the country and across the world as well, whose deadline day is also today across the world, as we keep you updated on transfer deadline days. We keep you across everything that is happening this evening. Will we see transfer for your club tonight? Do let us know your thoughts this evening as we keep you locked in and locked on transfer deadline day. We'll keep you across everything transfers related. We have got some comments now coming through to us. Let's see what they're saying right now. Very good evening to you all there. Good evening to you, Paul. Hopefully you're good, my friend. No news on a replacement for Mikel Moreno for Arsenal as it stands. No news on any incomings for Arsenal as it stands right now. There were a bit of news earlier that they were looking at to offer James Wilson, a 18-year-old striker from Arts, a trial before signing him. However, that deal has collapsed. It looks like he's heading for Spurs instead on a loan. with a buy option clause, but there is no news on a Moreno replacement for Arsenal and no news of any incomings for Arsenal as it stands right now. Anything changes on that front, Paul, we will let you know. But as it stands right now, from what I've heard from my sources, nothing imminent at Arsenal on the incoming front there this evening as we keep you bang up to date with what's happening there for the senior side anyway, folks. There's just a bit of news which I've just seen here from the youngsters side of things, and also bringing in Jaden Dixon on the 4-year deal. England under 19 international set to come in there, but that's the only information that we have got here on transfer deadline day, keeping you bang up to date with everything that happens. We have got for just less than 48 minutes now, and plus stoppage time, if you will, because the window with a deal sheet, if a deal sheet gets put in between now and 7 o'clock, then the clubs will have until 9 o'clock UK time to get those deals completed. But will we see any deal sheets that get done in time? I wonder. Let's see how we go with that as we bring you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day, keeping you across everything in the world of football today on transfer deadline day. News will be right across everything today, keep you updated throughout the evening. Will we see any deals for your club this evening before the window slams shut at the end there? As I mentioned a few moments ago, Jason Saki has completed his loan move from Crystal Palace to Stoke City for the rest of the season. No buy option clause in that one, as we understand today, this evening. We'll keep you updated there, and we are keeping you across everything and anything that happens here on transfer deadline day news. And it looks like the Rotherham United may be about to make their first moves or move into the window. They've got two deals lined up: a left back from Aston Villa and a striker from Manchester United, both set to join on loan. And it looks like Rotherham United may be now about to announce one of those signings very, very shortly. Indeed, just waiting for official confirmation from the Millers for those deals to come through. As we keep you bang up to date with everything that happens. And like I say, if a deal sheet goes in between now and 7 o'clock, and what needs to happen on the deal sheet, in case anyone doesn't know, or is nowhere listening to this and wondering, why does he keep mentioning deal sheets? What does deal sheets mean? So it means the clubs get an extra 2 hours to complete a deal. So, and what needs to happen, the selling club needs to sign the document, the buying club needs to sign the document, and the player needs to sign the document as well. All those three things happen, then the deal goes through and the deal will be completed. If not all of the, and that means they have agreed that a deal is in place and a deal will be happening between the two clubs. But if that it doesn't get signed, then the deal for the player will not go through on transfer deadline day. And some breaking news from Rotherham United. They have signed Duncan Wanmore on a free transfer on a deal to the end of the season. So Duncan Wanmore has joined Rotherham United in the last few minutes. That deal has just been confirmed. Rotherham United signing Duncan Wanmore there. That wasn't the news I was expecting from Rotherham United, but Duncan Wanmore is a Millers player. He left Millwall in the summer and he signed the deal till the end of the season. Bolsters Matt Armshaw's striking options there, but Duncan Wanmore is a Rotherham United player on a deal till the end of the season. Interesting to see whether Bianchiri still gets done with his loan move from Manchester United, with him being a youngster, and I'd probably say that would probably get done. But Duncan Wanmore is done and over the line for Rotherham United. That's one of two strikers that the Millers wanted in the end. It's a U-turn by Rotherham United, who potentially said the deal was dead last month and said it was not happening because initially turned Rotherham United down, wanted to join Sheffield Wednesday. And he found out that deal couldn't happen because of the Wednesday's financial difficulties. Then wanted to join Rotherham again. Rotherham, the man turned around and said that deal's not happening anymore. And then a U-turn by Rotherham United after he has proved he has no recent injuries and he has proven quality. No games since last season, though, for Duncan Wanmore, but that could be a shrewd acquisition for the Millers, getting that deal over the line. Duncan Wanmore on a deal till the end of the season for Rotherham United. And I'll try and bring you some quotes from either Duncan Wanmore or Matt Hamshaw while we're live on air. And I'll read you them if we can get any quotes from the club. From either the boss or anyone in a minute. But Duncan Wanmore is a Miller now, and he will join Rotherham United on a deal till the end of the season. That's some League One transfer news. There's we keep you bang up to date with everything, including down in League One transfer news down there. We'll keep you across all of that news there right here on Transfer Deadline Day. Russ Vernon with you right through until around about just after 10 o'clock next evening, as we will also bring you updates a little bit later on from the game between Sunderland and Burnley in the Premier League, as we watch this game tonight and keep you updated on any transfer news as well. Lovely game on here in the studio to keep you updated on Transfer Deadline Day. No news from Elland Road yet, no news from the Emirates yet as well, Paul. No news on any transfers there, but looks like that deal from the option for Mikel Moreno's replacement may not get done now for Rotherham United. Not for Rotherham United, for Arsenal, should I say. There, but Duncan Wanmore in for Rotherham United. Wanting an extra couple of strikers. Wanmore is one. Bianchini said to be another. And it looks like a win back from Aston Villa will also get done very, very soon, as well as the other deals that are getting done here on Transfer Deadline Day. The deal is being done all the time here on Transfer Deadline Days. We'll keep you across everything that happens tonight here on Deadline Day. The window will slam shut at 7 o'clock, which is in around about 40 minutes' time for Deadline Day to be completed. And you can see there we've got the clock on the screen, keeping you counting down what we have got left of the window. Will we see any last-minute deals for your sides today? Do let us know your thoughts. Will your club sign anybody? And then Rotherham sign one, could end up signing three in the end, with the signing of Duncan Wanmore just completing it. In the end there, Duncan Wanmore joins Rotherham United as a free agent on a deal till the end of the season. Now that deal just confirmed in the last few minutes there, as Duncan Wanmore becomes a Millers player. We'll try and get in thoughts of that one from the club as soon as we see any information there. We'll try and bring you those thoughts there this evening, as we can keep you right up to date with everything that happens here on Transfer Deadline Day. As we keep you updated, as we've got the TV on here, we've got my phone on going as well, so breaking news all the time across all different angles from the clubs up and down the country and around the world and clubs that matter to you, our listeners, as well. Do let us know what you want to know as we'll bring you that news as and when we can bring it to you here on transfer deadline day. Here on the commentary, Russ with you right through until the end of the window, which will shut at 7 o'clock, but we'll be with you till 10 o'clock tonight. We'll have updates from 8 o'clock. I want to turn our attentions to that from 8 o'clock, from 7 o'clock to the Premier League game this evening, which will be between Sunderland and Burnley. Paul James will join us a little bit later on for updates on that game this evening. Here on the commentary, Russ with you. Right through until just after 10 o'clock this evening, as I'm just sending out some news there regarding the Rotherham United transfer news. Some of my family to keep them in the loop for Rotherham United transfer deadline day news there this evening as we keep you bang updated on the transfer deadline day front here. Paul's just giving us some breaking news here as well, and I'll look into that one as well, Paul. Not saying I don't trust your folks, well known and a good reliable person. He says Axel de Sarce's move to West Ham could collapse because of the defenders' demands. There's some breaking news we are receiving here in the commentary hub from our sources on the ground, which will keep you across the story there as and when we get it. More news on that one. Let's see how that deal gets done in the end. Will we see any deals for your clubs between now and the end of the season? I wonder. If you want to get involved with us, you can do so. Do tweet us. A commentary live 1 is where you can tweet us, and also tweet us as well. Or get in touch on Facebook, just search for the commentary on Facebook, or just do it if you're watching on YouTube, where we're streaming only today. Just get your comments in the live comment section below, and we will read out some of your comments there. What do you make to your team's business on transfer deadline day? Are you happy or are you not happy? Do let us know, as we will bring you up to date with news there, as we can bring you some news here as we got the news here. Yes, and the news we just mentioned about that Desarce news, and we've got some other updates here as well. This is a Chelsea update for the Chelsea fans out there. Mamadou Sarr has been recalled from his loan at Strasbourg and will be in Chelsea's squad tomorrow. He could be, and will be with Chelsea squad from tomorrow, should I say. He could be involved in Wolves on Saturday. Tyree George's loan to Everton includes a very significant option price, as Paul mentioned, as we brought you a few moments ago. Axel Disarce move to West Ham could collapse because of the defenders' demands. His past medical has already seen proposed moves to Spurs, Bournemouth and other clubs fall through in previous windows in similar circumstances. Jeremy Jacquet has had a last-minute change of heart and has chosen Liverpool because he's likely to play more there, especially as Chelsea were recalling Sarr. Chelsea were willing to match everything in the deal, but he has opted for the news there as we bring you bang up today with all the transfer news right here on the country. Russ and getting through the action right till the end of the window there as well, and we'll keep you across all of those deals as and when we get it here on transfer deadline day. Let's see if any other news will be coming for your teams very, very short, because we're just going to take a quick break, but we'll be back very short to keep you updated here on transfer deadline day. Welcome back to the TCHub's coverage of Transfer Deadline Day, and we're keeping you across everything that happens here on the January transfer window. Will we see any deals that get done between now and the end of the window closing? And Paul, I've mentioned that one a few moments ago with regards to Junior Amadou joining Celtic from Freiburg. That deal was announced a few moments ago. Well, quite a while ago now, probably about 5:30ish, that one was confirmed or thereabouts, and that deal was already announced here on the channel. We'll recap you some of the deals I've gone through over the day so far and keep you across everything that happens here on Transfer Deadline Day. Let's just bring you up to date with all the Deadline Day done deals so far. No, it's Paul. Hopefully doing okay, my friend, and I'm looking forward to working with you again later on this evening here on Transfer Deadline Day. Paul will touch upon Arsenal's window at the end as well. So just a few deals that have gone through today in the Premier League, first and foremost, which we can tell you about. And with the Premier League ones that we've got is Servan Naipan has returned from his loan spell from Middlesbrough to Manchester City. And James McConnell has done the same from Ajax to Liverpool. Jezrun Raksaki has joined Stoke City on loan from Crystal Palace. Also, Frank Onyeka to Brentford, from Brentford to Coventry on loan. And so breaking news just receiving us here right now as we bring you updated here on Transfer Deadline Day. Brighton of Albion have recalled Matt O'Reilly from his loan spell at Marseille. That deal has been completed in the last few minutes. Here, that's just breaking news in just there. And we're waiting for confirmation from Jørgen Strand Larsen deal to be confirmed by Crystal Palace ahead of it from a £48 million move from Wolves to the Sellers Park outfit there. Joe Wildsmith from Middlesbrough from West Brom on loan as well, amongst others, on Transfer Deadline Days. We keep you bang up to date with everything across Deadline Days. We're closing on the 7 o'clock deadline. 28 minutes left to go here on Transfer Deadline Day as we're back in just a few moments, keeping you bang up to date with everything that happens here on Transfer Deadline Day. We're back here on the commentary of almost 27 minutes left to go. Less than half an hour now on Transfer Deadline Day. One next for Jean-Philippe Mateta after his loan spell. After his move to AC Milan has collapsed, it looks like he may be benched by Crystal Palace with Strand Larsen coming in and starting ahead of him on Transfer Deadline Day. That is according to Jamie Carragher from Sky, who spoke about that deal earlier on as he's getting ready to be covering one of the games that we're covering as well this evening. between Sunderland and Burnley on the TV coverage that we will be watching it on there as well. Big up to Tom Wood, who's one of my good friends as well. Hopefully doing okay. Tom, thank you very much for tuning in to us today. Just bringing some breaking news. Earlier on, you may have seen that Valérien Ismaël had been sacked by Blackburn Rovers. He's just bringing us some breaking news that Damien Johnson has been placed in temporary charge of the first team affairs following the departure of Valérien Ismaël, alongside Rovers coach, has agreed to leave the team going forward and will be on the lookout when Blackburn Rovers take on Sheffield Wednesday tomorrow evening. Thank you very much for that information there, Tom. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend, and thank you very much for keeping us bang up to date with that news there as well here on transfer deadline days. We can keep you bang up to date here today. We can tell you in the last few moments as well, some more breaking news is that from Wolverhampton Wanderers this time, Angel Gomez and Adam Armstrong have completed and passed their medicals at Wolves. Out of a move there with the Jorgensen Larson deal to Crystal Palace progressing well, and that deal looks likely to get done as well. So those deals look set to be completed at Wolves and at Crystal Palace, respectively, for Angel Gomez and Adam Armstrong at Wolves, and then Jorgen Larson at Crystal Palace as well. Keep you bang up to date here on the commentary as well. Some West Ham news there, which West Ham have confirmed a departure from the London Stadium. West Ham United were lucky not to win at Stamford Bridge at the weekend, losing 3-2 in the back with virtually the last kick of the game through Enzo Fernandez, just as the game went into stoppage time there. And they have confirmed academy defender Emeka Adela has joined FC Utrecht on a permanent basis for an undisclosed fee. And it looks as though Cristiano Ronaldo, the Portuguese star who now plays for Al Nassr in the Saudi Pro League, appears to have gone on strike there due to the fact he's unhappy with the club's transfer activity there. So that is some more breaking news as we bring it to you here, as we get it here on transfer deadline day. Be interested to see what happens there this evening, as we will keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here this evening as we watch the final few moments of transfer deadline day before we turn our attention to the big Premier League game this evening and build up to that one from around about 7 o'clock with Paul James. For that, we'll keep you bang up to date with that one there as we get ready to bring you that game this evening between Sunderland and Burnley in the Premier League later on this evening. Kick-off for that one is at 8 o'clock this evening, and we'll keep you bang up to date with that one there as we watch the deals try to get done for clubs. And deals can get done but before the 7 o'clock deadline, and sometimes clubs announce them after the 7 o'clock deadline. I wonder if that will be the case. And Wrexham have officially now confirmed the capture. Some breaking news in here from Wrexham, and they've officially confirmed the capture of Barnsley striker Davis Kelly-O'Donnell. The 20-year-old has penned a 3.5-year deal with the Welsh side and moving from League One to the Championship. And that's why Barnsley went out and signed Tom Bradshaw earlier today due to that deal there. And that deal has just been completed there. And we have got some more news just coming into us here right now. We're just receiving it, which is what I've just mentioned there. Just some news from the Wrexham end, which I can bring to you as well. The signing of Davis Kelly-O'Donnell from Barnsley isn't expected to change Bailey Cadamarteri's situation, meaning Bailey Cadamarteri is still on course, still moved to the race course from Sheffield Wednesday who looks set to join Barnsley in League One next season due to the ongoing financial troubles at Hillsborough, which was all set in motion by former man, which is the former man of owner of Dejan Chansiri. I've already mentioned the news that Atletico Madrid have completed the signing of Ademola Lookman, the Nigerian international, will wear the red and white jersey of Atletico Madrid and join from Atlanta for the next 4 seasons. There, that is the news, bit further news on that one there. And we're just receiving some news regarding Karim Benzema, the player who's currently on strike at Al Ittihad over a contract dispute. Well, we can tell you right now that he has accepted every detail of the Al Hilal contract. The deal now depends on the final steps between the clubs. It looks as though Karim Benzema has got his heart set now on Al Hilal and wants to join them in the rowdy Russian Saudi Pro League side. Then it'd be interesting to see whether that deal gets done there, which I'm probably going to say I'm expecting to get done, if I'm honest, and we'll probably say that will likely get done, if I'm honest, for Karim Benzema there as well. And we'll keep you bang up to date between now and the end of the season with some transfer news for you as we bring you on transfer deadline day here this evening, and we can keep you across everything that happens tonight as we can keep you up to date with everything. And big thank you to Paul and to Tom for some of their inputs in the live chat as well. You can have a look at some of theirs while they've put in the live chat, which I've then read out for you in case you are partially sighted here and just listening to us on audio only on the commentary, which we can. And if anyone wants to just listen to this as a podcast or audio only, just let me know and I will download it and send it out to you as an audio only podcast for transfer deadline day. But I will uncut it once and I'll keep it all the show in and let you listen to the entire show in full on transfer deadline day here on the commentary Russ, and keeping you up to date with the transfer news up and down the country today there. And it looks as though we're just waiting for confirmation there, and we'll just look at Barnsley. Duncan Wombo's arrival number 1 for Rotherham United, more expected at the ASL New York Stadium, where I was potentially thinking about going down and doing a live stream from outside of the ASL New York Stadium for on transfer deadline day, and bringing the transfer deadline day news from Rotherham United and let someone else host back in base, and I report in from the club down at the ASL New York Stadium. I may do that 1 year and get somebody like Nicholas or Michael, even if he's available on the days, maybe Paul potentially doing it as well. And if Tom, if you're still listening, my friend, and you want to join in and come on and just have your say on the voice only, do let me know. I'll send you over this link and you can come and have a listen as well. And Paul, that news that you've just mentioned to us there regarding Emeka Adele was mentioned just a few moments ago in the chat by Southend Fan 93, which is my friend Tom. There he brought us that news there as well earlier on today. But thank you for reiterating that news there. I really do appreciate that. Double confirmation of that news there then for you this evening on transfer deadline day, as we keep you across everything here on deadline day. Will we see any deals getting done in the next few weeks? coming up. Then what can we do here this evening? I just want to give a shout out to a friend of mine, James Bradshaw. I pass on our deepest condolences from everyone here with the commentary. One of my good friends, James, when I go watch Rotherham matches, see him sometimes when I'm out and about doing some shopping in my local area. And pass on his condolences who, sadly, the weekend, yesterday, lost his mum in the 67th, at the age of 67, and he wants to try and get a minute's applause in the 67th, in the 76th minute, should I say. She was 76 when she died. Wants a minute's applause in the 76th minute when they take on Cardiff on Saturday. And I'm sure all Rotherham fans will get behind that. I'm sure the Cardiff fans travelling will get behind that. And if anyone is listening here, minute's applause for my friend James's mum, Christine. Rest in peace, Christine, and thoughts go out to James, Alex, and the rest of the family. From everyone here at the Commentary Hub this evening, and a big thank you to Paul there as well. As we can keep you bang up to date with transfer deadline day news here this evening, as we can keep you updated on transfer deadline day. Will we see any deals that get done in the last few minutes? Will we see deals get completed? I wonder. There's no news from Arsenal as it stands right now with regards to any incomings and potential replacement for the injured Mikel Moreno. They have just received some news in the last few minutes regarding Arsenal, and I believe it to be a youngster that they are set to sign here. And I can tell you all, Arsenal fans, that Arsenal are in advanced talks to sign teenage forward Evan Mooney from St Mirren. The Scottish side region being discussed is in the region of 400k plus bonuses. St Mirren will also retain a sell-on clause, and it believes to be a good prospect there for the future. He is set to play in Premier League 2 there, and that is the deal which has been set to be confirmed for Arsenal. Evan Mooney is set to join Arsenal from St Mirren for around 400,000 plus add-on and sell-on clause in there as well for St Mirren. That deal just broken through in the last few minutes. And while we're here with the breaking news ticker on our screens, I can tell you that Rotherham United have announced the second signing of the deadline day, and that is signing of a defender from Aston Villa on loan, which is Lino Souza, has joined Rotherham United on loan for the remainder of the season. He has joined from Aston Villa on loan till the end of the season. That deal has just been confirmed in the last few minutes as well for Rotherham United. So 2 in, potentially 1 more to come in as well for Rotherham United here on transfer deadline day. Bull and 70s, any news on Leeds? Yes, the news is nobody's coming in for Leeds United. No deals happening on the incoming front for Leeds United. There has been some reports which, as it stands, are just unconfirmed, that Calvert-Lewin is out, going to be out with a thigh injury, and has been sent for scans today. And Joe Rodon out for 8 weeks, but those are just unconfirmed as it stands right now. So we'll get confirmation on whether those are true in the press conference when Daniel Farke speaks to the media this weekend on Wednesday evening. Well, Wednesday afternoon at 1:30 UK time is a press conference ahead of the game against Nottingham Forest on the weekend, as we can keep you bang up to date with the deals in put. And Tom, I think Bianchini will still be coming into Rotherham. That deal will be down to the deal will be done. He's been undergoing his medical this afternoon, so that deal is still expected to get done. Just wait confirmation from the club on that one there. We're just going to take another quick break right now, but when we do return, we'll be back with some more transfer news on what has been a good transfer deadline day for your teams if you've bought anybody. If you're like me and a Leeds fan, it won't be any good news because nobody's coming in. Join us shortly. Welcome back to the Contrib's coverage here on Transfer Deadline Day. You join us with less than 7 minutes. Well, less than 8 minutes to go. 7 minutes, 40 seconds left of Transfer Deadline Day. Will we see any deals get done for your teams before the deadline? Coming in here on Transfer Deadline Day. And we have just received some breaking news that's just coming to us right now regarding Dwight McNeil, the former Burnley man. Burnley are playing later on tonight, remember. But the breaking news is that Crystal Palace have reached an agreement with Everton over a potential deal for Dwight McNeil. Fee of 20 million in place and 26-year-old winger undergoing a medical before proposed Palace move. Race against time to complete and not guaranteed may be required. That deal sheet, which I recall mentioned earlier on, so Crystal Palace in a race against time trying to get the deal for Dwight McNeil over the line. Will they get it done in time? I wonder. We'll keep you informed on that one and keep you updated on whether that deal gets done in time as we bring you Transfer Deadline Day today. Big news across on transfer deadline. There's 6 hours, well, not 6 hours, 6 minutes and 20 odd seconds left on deadline day. Will the deals get done in time for those who are chasing against the clock? Will those deals get done in time today? I wonder. Some breaking news which has come from Middlesbrough and also from Feyenoord as well. Big up to my good friend Tom, who's keeping a check on some of these transfer news for us as well, working behind the scenes tirelessly for us. Instead of Yang is found in medical at Feyenoord. Middlesbrough has signed another goalkeeper and brought in a replacement, and they're now left with 4 goalkeepers in their first team squad. However, so I wonder what will happen there with that now. Will Seny Dieng still be playing, or will the replacement be playing? We'll have to wait and see as this. It'll be very interesting what happens there as we deadline day deals get closer to being completed. Will we see any deals that get done in the end? We'll keep you in the end there as we can keep you updated. Aston Villa have recalled Samuel Ealing Jr. from his own West Brom and then joined Pizza on loan till the end of the season. Man United defender Brandon Williams has left all City by mutual consent as well. Big up to Tom. Those information's there. I can keep you bang up to date with all the transfer news there as we can keep you updated there. We're getting some more breaking news coming into us as well. All the time is breaking news here on Transfer Deadline Day. This is what we do here on Transfer Deadline Day. We bring you the breaking news as it happens. We like clockwork. We go around the clock bringing you the Transfer Deadline Day news. And the latest news is that Chelsea defender Aaron Azamia has joined League One side Strasbourg on loan for the remainder of the season. Strasbourg, you may remember, is a sister club to Chelsea, and where Chelsea boss Liam Senior joined from. Be interested to see what's happened there as we can keep you updated here on Transfer Deadline Days. We can keep you across everything here this evening as we can Chris Passer close to finalising the deal for Dwight Neal now. That deal is raced against time to get done though, but looks like it could be getting done in the end. There, be interested to see what happens there as we watch this move forward. And I can bring you some more breaking news. And Bailey Calamatri, this is some breaking news just into us from the Championship. Bailey Calamatri has just put out a post on Instagram which says, after 11 unforgettable years, my time at Sheffield Wednesday has come to an end. I'm proud to be able to call this my home and grateful to everyone involved with the club for the support they have given me in kickstarting my career. To the fans, I know this season has been tough for everyone, but I can't thank you all enough for the support you have shown me during my time at my club. Sheffield Wednesday will always hold a strong place in my heart, and I wish everyone at the club all the best. It's time for me to take on a new challenge. He looks set to join Wrexham for £1 million, and it looks like Wrexham will be about to complete that one there. In West Ham are in deal sheet territory with Axel de Sarsa there, as well as we keep you bang up to date with all the transfer news here this evening on Transfer Deadline Day. This evening, can we get a deal? Can clubs get a deal over the line in the end? It remains less than 2 minutes to go. What can happen here now? deadline day. We can keep you bang up to date on transfer deadline day live here. We'll keep you updated as soon as the window slams shut. We'll go through some of the deals that have been done while we wait for confirmation of the team news from the game. Then we'll just get some breaking news for Rotherham United as well. And Tom, you had asked me this one a few moments ago about Bianchini. He has finalised his loan move to Rotherham United, and Rotherham just waiting confirmation of that one to get it done. I'm just going to go double check that one for Tom. They've just get us there, but from we understand, Bianchini's loan move has been completed. We're just waiting to get official confirmation about Sean Raggett, as we mentioned earlier. Could be leaving Rotherham United to join Cambridge United. Cambridge apparently have mentioned that, have confirmed the news. Let's have a look. Of course, we'll have a look as we get this up here now. It looks like Sean Raggett deal has been done. For Cambridge. They're just waiting official confirmation. Cambridge from both clubs there. Yes, and Sean Raggett has completed his move to Cambridge United. Cambridge have just announced it now as the transfer window has now slammed shut in England. The window has slammed shut in England, and that means the deadline has passed. The deadline has passed now on transfer deadline day, and Sean Raggett has just been confirmed in the nick of time by Cambridge United. And Rotherham United have also confirmed the news that Sean Raggett has left on loan for the remainder of the season to Cambridge United. That deal has just been confirmed in the last few moments by Rotherham United here on transfer deadline day. We'll go through all the news very, very soon here on transfer deadline day. Here this evening as we keep you bang up to date with the transfer deadline day deals. Crystal Palace have announced the signing of Jørgen Strand Larsen. That deal has just been confirmed by the Selhurst Park outfit. 48 million Palace set to pay, guaranteed 43 plus 5 million add-ons, and Strand Larsen has now completed his move to Selhurst Park from Wolves there in Jørgen Strand Larsen. So that deal has been done there in the last few minutes. There we'll keep that deal has just gone through from so Crystal Palace fans will be happy. Strand Larsen deal has been confirmed. We'll keep you bang up to date with all the transfer news. I guess confirmed between now and in the build up to kick off for our 8 o'clock game there. We'll keep you right up to date with that news. All the transfers I've got done today as well. We'll keep you updated here this evening. I wonder what will happen here on transfer deadline day. Any more deals that will get announced any second now. The window in England is slammed shut. That's why the timer has gone off in that top corner there. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here as we get ready to count down to kick off, which is at 8 o'clock for the game between Sunderland and Burnley in the Premier League very, very soon. We'll keep you updated with that one. That gets announced with kickoff coming at 8 o'clock, as you can see there on your screen. But that deal looks set to get done. Those teams will still be playing tonight. As we wait for kickoff confirmation of other transfer news as and when we get it between now and the deadline, which is passed, but we'll keep you bang up to date with it all as we keep coming up to the deadline. Deadline day has come and gone, and Leeds United have not signed anybody. That deal has not gone through in the end. Crystal Palace have signed Strand Lawson. That deal's gone through in the end. You'd have to say that Strand Lawson, in my opinion, is not worth the price that Palace have paid for him. In the end, we'll bring Paul in a second on transfer deadline day with the very shortly with the team news from the game between Sunderland and Burnley, which will bring you very, very shortly. That game will be coming up very, very soon, I can tell you. We'll bring the team news for that one very, very soon as well, in what's going to be coming up soon. And it's going to be a big afternoon, big evening, big morning, depending where you are in the world when you listen to updates on that game. This evening, as we bring you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day on that game, as we bring you up to date with all the other transfers that get confirmed between now and the end of the window there. As we keep you bang up to date, we're just going to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll be back with the team news for the game, or near enough with the team news for the game between Sunderland and Burnley in the Premier League match from Turf Moor. Not Turf Moor, from the Cinema of Light, should I say. Join us shortly and don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Transfer Deadline Day show here on the Commentary. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening here on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll have any real breaking news stories. We'll bring you up to you here on the channel as well. And very, very soon, in around about 10 minutes time, we'll bring you the team news from the game taking place tonight, which is, I can tell you, the game between Sunderland and Burnley. This evening we'll keep you updated on that game later on. As you can see, Paul James will be the man reporting. We'll have team news very shortly on the game for you for that game this evening, as we keep you up to date on that game from the Premier League this evening. What should be a very good game tonight. Will be interesting to see how that deals do there. And the deal sheets are in from Everton for Dwight McNeil to go to Crystal Palace and Tyree George to go to Everton from Chelsea. Those so Palace and Everton have up until 9 o'clock to get the deal done. Respective deals done in the end there now, as we'll keep you bang up to date with everything that's happening here on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you updated on the game tonight between Sunderland and Burnley from the Stadium of Light with that game there this evening, as we'll keep you updated here on Transfer Deadline Day. Will we see any deals done in the end, or will we not see the deals done? And then for some clubs which have put deal sheets in, will they get done in time by 9 o'clock, or will they not get done in time by 9 o'clock? I wonder. We'll have to wait and see regarding that one, and very, very soon we'll bring you the team news from the game between Sunderland and Burnley, which we'll have updates of from in around about an hour's time. Also, we'll keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening there in the game between the two sides, as Burnley try to find their way out of relegation and Sunderland try to cement their place in the Premier League. They just need 5 more wins, I think it is, Sunderland, or 5 more points. I think it's 5 more wins to confirm their place in the Premier League next season. What a season it has been for Sunderland, as well, as we'll keep you bang up to date with that game a little bit later on as we watch. Of course, then it looks like Sheffield United in the last few minutes or any second now are about to confirm the capture of Calvin Phillips. That deal looks set to be confirmed in the next few minutes by Sheffield United. Will be interesting to see what position, squad number, should I say, not position, because the defensive midfielder, what squad number he will be wearing, in my opinion, for Sheffield United, as we wait for that deal to get announced by the Blades on Transfer Deadline Day, official confirmation of it. It says, we're not done. The photo of Calvin Phillips 8 minutes ago on the Sheffield United Twitter feed. That deal looks set to be confirmed in the next few minutes by the clubs, including Manchester City, where he's joining the Blades from. And that deal looks set to go through in the next few minutes. There's a way for official confirmation on that one there. Nobody came in, nobody came out for Leeds United today. Right, we have got a game for you this evening from the Premier League. It is coming from the Stadium of Light. It is Sunderland against Burnley, and with the all-important team, as you can see there on the screen, is your match reporter for tonight's game, Paul James. Paul, good evening to you, my friend. What's the team news?
Good evening, Russ. Good evening, everybody. Well, with all the drama transfer deadline day, you might have forgot there was a football match going on tonight, and Sunderland looking to secure maximum points to really that all-important stage of 30 points, 40 points rather, to maintain the position in this division. They make 2 changes from the defeat against West Ham. Dean Taliba and Habib Diarra come in. Romain Mondo and Eliza Mindea step out. So this is the starting lineup for Sunderland. Robin Roos is the goalkeeper. The back 4 is Rangel Mandava, Omar Alderet, Daniel Ballard, Nordi Makwaya. In midfield, the 2 holding midfielders are Noah Siddiqui and Habib Diarra. Playing behind Brian Brobby is Chermsdean Tybee, Enzo Lefebvre and Trey Hume. And the substitutes for Sunderland is a backup goalkeeper Simon Moore, Lutastre, Gertruda, Dennis, Sirkin, Luke O'Nine, Christopher Rigg, Eliza Mayenda, Romain Mundell, and Jensen Jones and Wilson Isidore. For Burnley, today hits the 100th day anniversary since their last victory in the Premier League. Not a record they will look upon most fondly and desperately need to start winning if they want to remain in the division. The only pick-up in the transfer window for Burnley is James Ward-Prowse. He starts on the bench tonight, and they make 1 change from the draw with Tottenham Hotspur. While Foster comes back in, and Amando Broja drops down to the bench, and they line up as follows, with Martin Dubravka in goal, Bashir Humphreys, Maxim Esteve, and Axel Twanzebe is your back 3, with the wing-backs of Lucas Pires and Kyle Walker, the captain. In midfield, Fiorentino and Leslie Chukwu. Jayden Anthony was rumoured to be going to Leeds this window, but that did not happen. Alongside Marcus Edwards, plays behind the long man of Lyle Foster. The referee today is Paul Tierney from Wigan, and kick-off is in about 45 minutes time. Back to you, Russ.
Thank you very much there to Paul, James, and there were a few technical issues. They will try and resolve them in time for kick-off for the game at 8 o'clock this evening. There with a few mic issues for Paul. We'll try and resolve them for you. And we'll be back with him in a few moments' time. We'll try and bring him back into you in a few moments' time as we look ahead to this game and keep him bang up to date with the situation there. We'll keep you bang up to date. If you missed all the team news, where I'll just quickly run through the 2 lineups for you for this game. And this is the 2 lineups in case you missed any of the lineups, because there is a football game tonight in the Premier League. We'll just run you through the teams again for you in just a moment. We'll have Paul James providing you the updates on this game, though, a little later on. But the team news again, just in case anybody couldn't hear it quite clearly due to technical issues. Russ in goal for Sunderland. It's the back 4 of Mukelele, Ballard, Odorete, and Ronaldo, Siddiqui and Diarra in front of the back 4, and then Hume, Lefebvre, and Talbot behind Brian Brobby for Sunderland. On the bench is more than sub-goalkeeper Sirkin, Gertrude, Isidore, Jensen Jones, Mayenda, Mundell, O'Nine, and Rigg. As for Burnley, just to recap in case anyone missed that, for Farkaside is Dubravka in goal, Twanzebe, Esteve, and Humphreys across the back, Walker, Chukwu, Valentino, and Lucas Perez in midfield, Edwards and Anthony behind Lyle Foster. The bench, Max Weiss, sub-goalkeeper, Broja, Jakob Lawson, Fleming, Laurent, Annabelle, Joanna, Rob Prowse, who can make his Burnley debut, and Joel Paul, team the referee, Stuart Howell in VAR, Richard West, Mark Scholes, the assistants, Tony Harrington for official, and Nicholas Upton also in VAR alongside Stuart Howell. There's the team news for that game. Then we'll try and get connected back up with Paul in a few moments due to we had a few technical issues there, so that's why the team news was brought to you again by myself, Russ Vernon, this time around, as we'll keep you bang up to date with that game and later on this evening there. few technical issues there with Paul, as we can keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day. We'll try and bring Paul back in just a moment or two's time. We will try and get his thoughts at the kickoff in what's going to be a big game this evening, with Burnley trying to survive and Sunderland trying to cement their place in the Premier League for next season. As we bring you the games here this evening, as we can keep you bang up to date with that game a little bit later on in the day, as we can keep you updated on transfer deadline day. Just ready to kick off, then let's bring Paul James back in and just ask him for the kick off. Very good evening to you, Paul. Hopefully you're doing okay, mate. Good to have you with us for the game this evening. Big game at the Stadium of Light. Should be a good game. One you're probably looking forward to. Obviously, Sunderland are the only team left in the Premier League now with the home win in the Premier League. They've got the only wins in the Premier League at home, only unbeaten side remaining now, having Arsenal lost the other week to Manchester United. Do you think that could play a big factor in this game tonight, and Burnley end up falling the wrong side?
Well, if I'm being honest, I don't. If I want to be entirely honest, and I have to be brutal about it, Burnley don't stand a chance in heck. There's no way Burnley are going to come away from anything with a win here. They might get a point. They have been doing quite well this season. They did beat Sunderland at Turf Moor, but Burnley are a team that seem to be unable to put a win together. It's been 100 days, as I mentioned in the build-up, to the day since the last time Burnley won a game in the Premier League. So where do you go with this? It's they brought in James Ward-Prowse in the transfer window. That's not enough. They're not. I don't think Burnley at the moment, at least the ownership, I think they've just given up the ghost in terms of Burnley staying in the Premier League and are preparing for the Championship next season. I don't see any kind of fight from the owners to bring in players to maybe make a last-ditch attempt to save the season. I don't see that. Sunderland, on the other hand, they're without Granit Xhaka tonight, so he's injured, of course, so that's a big loss for Sunderland. We all know the type of influence that Granit Xhaka has on a game, and that might be Burnley's only way through, the fact that Granit Xhaka is not playing today. But I can only see a Sunderland victory today, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, they've made a few additions since they've come up, Brian Brobby being one. This, to me, they made the right signings at the right time. They paid the right amount of money. And it's going to, for me, they have gone about it the right way. They've ensured they've got a good goalkeeper. They've ensured they've got a decent defence. They've gone about it the right way, and it's showing this season in the type of season that Sunderland have had. I think there's going to be no issues with them staying up. And if I look at the point situation for Sunderland, they are on 33 points, another 7. They've reached that goal of 40 points, which practically nobody goes down on it. It has happened before, of course, but it's rare.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. Absolutely, my friend. And you've got to say that when you look at Burnley's season so far, they have not put any kind of fight whatsoever. You look at the other two teams who have come up, Sunderland and Leeds, and they've put more of a fight than what Burnley have. For me, when the teams came up, it was probably, you would have to say, Burnley were the worst ones prepared out of the ones. Leeds and I know Sunderland had to come up through the playoffs, and you'd have thought Burnley would have been more prepared with Leeds having come up in the top 2. But when you look at it, Burnley have been worse prepared than, say, Leeds and Sunderland, who came up from the Championship last season. And that's showing with some of the results in matches that's been had in the past few weeks, Paul, for Leeds and for Sunderland.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, Sean Dyche showed you what you needed to stay in the Premier League if you was coming up from the Championship. It was his kind of approach that kept Burnley in the Premier League for so long, and that is to have a decent defence and a good goalkeeper. If you have those two, if you've got a goalkeeper that can pinch you a few games where you get absolutely annihilated from beginning to end of a game and you come away with a 1-0 victory, and all because your goalkeeper has made several saves, you've got a goalkeeper like that and you've got a decent defence, there's a very good chance you're going to stay in this league. But that's not the Scott Parker didn't do that. Scott Parker played a more negative play, and there's a difference between playing defensive, a defensive style, and playing negative. A defensive style is not parking everybody on the edge of the 18-yard box and hoping for the best. That's not a good defensive play. Take a look at Arsenal. They will sometimes use a mid-block, and they will do most of their defending in the middle of the field before it even reaches the 18-yard box, and that is a defensive style, as well as pressing forward when they need to. For Burnley, they haven't done that under Scott Parker. They've just parked the bus and hoped for the best. I know that sounds harsh, but it's the truth. That's what they've done all season long. And they've taken a 1-0 lead, and the tactics have changed to parking the bus. I mean, the amount of leads that they've lost that could have been turned into points that would have made this much more competitive. It's astounding, really.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. Absolutely. Get back onto this game in just a moment, as we have got some more breaking news from the world of the transfers, as that's what the main stream is all about. Transfer deadline day news, and I can tell you that there has been some transfer deadline day news and some breaking news as well. And Calvin Phillips, I did mention that he was set to join Sheffield United. That deal has been confirmed now on loan till the end of the season. And I can tell you as well, as Tom has rightly pointed out, that Manchester City will still pay the bulk of Phillips's wages while he is out on loan at Sheffield United. I think that's a decent signing for Sheffield United, and I think one which could help them climb up the table even more. I'm not sure if they can make into the playoffs, Sheffield United, but I think is one where they can climb up the table a little bit more and cause teams a few problems with the signings they've made if he stays fit. Because if he's had injury problems in the past, it could prove to be a decent signing for Sheffield United. It looks like they're getting the band back together. They've got formerly of ex-Leeds players. They've got Patrick Bamford already there. They've got Jimmy Shackleton already there. They've signed Leo Elder, ex-Leeds defender, on loan from Sunderland today. And now they've signed Calvin Phillips on loan from Manchester City. So Sheffield United, and Chris Wilder says, always say, calls Leeds, then always says they're Muppets from Leeds. And he's got four ex-players of those there, and that it can't be that bad. I mean, and they've also, with players that they've already got there, Bramall Lane, who used to play for Leeds, so it can't be that bad if he's signing him up there for Sheffield United. What we'll do right now, we'll keep our attention on transfer deadline day for the next 30 minutes or so, and then we'll switch our attention back to for another 5-10 minutes or so, should I say, before we switch our attention back there to the transfer deadline day deal coming up in on transfer deadline day. We'll look at some of the deals that have been confirmed so far, which we'll bring to you in a few moments' time as we get ready for transfer deadline day. And as we mentioned earlier, Jean-Philippe Mateta will be staying a Crystal Palace player, and that deal will be done. And this transfer window is shut in England, but in other places, the deadline window will still be open. In other places, Scotland is open until 11 o'clock as well. And some of the deals that we're waiting for to get confirmed, I'll just run you through some of these now, let you know if any of them have been confirmed. We're waiting for Benjamin Arthur to from Brentford to Celtic on loan. Harry George, Chelsea to Everton on loan. Acton Sauce from Chelsea to West Ham. Arthur Amper from Chelsea to Stoke. David Datro Fofana from Chelsea to Strasbourg. Ramin Neal from Everton to Crystal Palace. Cody Sano from NEC to Crystal Palace. Jamie Jackie from Rennes to Liverpool, which will be a summer deal. Isaac Smith, should I say, from Manchester City to Barnsley on loan. James Scanlon from Man United to Swindon. Gabriel Bianchini from Manchester United to Rotherham United. And just as I say that, Rotherham United have confirmed the signing of Gabriel Bianchini from Manchester United on loan. That deal has just been announced. It's on loan till the end of the season. Rotherham United, that deal has just been confirmed by Rotherham United in the last few minutes. Says we're waiting for that deal to get done. Luca Netz from Mönchengladbach to Nottingham Forest, we're waiting to get done. James Wilson from Arts to Tottenham to get done. Nielsen Anguilla from Anderlecht to Sunderland. Samuel Adingra from Sunderland to Monaco, which will be expected a loan. Adam Armstrong from Southampton to Wolves. And Angel Gomez from Marseille to Wolves as on loan as well. Those are the deals that we're waiting for. One of those, as I mentioned, has just been confirmed in the last few minutes there. Right. We'll get back and look at some of the transfers and just look at some of the transfers that have got done. Before we do that, I'm just going to tell you what times have closed up and down the country, across Europe as well. And I can tell you that it shuts at 7 o'clock in the Premier League and the EFL. In Scotland, it closes at 11 o'clock. But this is where it closes as well across Europe, as well, transfer deadline day. We'll tell you about this. So obviously in England, it closes at 7 o'clock. This is all UK time. The window is now closed in Italy, Germany, and France. They also close at 7 o'clock UK time. In Spain, it closes at 10:59. The window in Portugal closes on 3rd of February, and also shuts in Saudi Arabia on the today as well, 2nd of February as well. Our Premier League clubs have to register their new squads for the final part of the league campaign by Thursday, the 5th of February. So by this Thursday, the clubs have to register their accounts, and they can then add up to free agents up to the 4th Thursday in March. In the WSL, there's a window for WSL and WSL 2 teams, so the Women's Super League and the Women's Super League 2, that will close on Tuesday, 3rd of February. And WSL and WSL 2, the window will close at 11 p.m. UK time, so it'll be another. We will not be covering those tomorrow, but that's just the deals for when those deals get confirmed and when the deals will be done there. Just want to fetch you in a minute, Paul, and just ask you a question. But before I do ask you that question, I want to ask you some breaking news from Stockport County, and they've announced the loan signing of Aston Villa's Louis Barry for the rest of the season. He has since been on loan to Hull and Sheffield United, but scored 25 goals over 2 loan spells with Stockport County. And Dylan Levitt has left Hibernian to join Leyton Orient as well. That's just confirmed in the last few minutes there. And we're just looking up now to the Stadium of Light with Paul James, who's with us. And Paul, looking at some of the transfers that have gone through so far and from the Premier League, and you've heard some transfers that are waiting to get confirmed. One thing I want to ask you about is Jean-Philippe Mateta. He's going to be staying at Crystal Palace now. They've signed Jorgen Strand Larsen. They've got Eddie Nketiah already there. They've got Jeremy Pino who can play up there as well. Do you think there could be a bit of a problem for Palace with having too many strikers on the books going into the rest of this season? Or do you think that's not going to be an issue, Paul, for you?
Well, I think it's a problem most managers would like to have. Having options available, especially where Palace are. They've really slipped up. The FA Cup win of last season seems a million miles away now. and they really are potentially in a relegation battle. So, for me, I think they'll be very grateful to have that opportunity. I think with the probable understanding that Mateta leaves at the end of the season, but we'll wait and see.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. Absolutely. Another one which is confirmed, which is a domino effect in transfer news. Sunderland, the team that you're playing, what you're watching tonight, Paul, Sunderland. Adel Uche has left Sunderland for Schalke. That's a loan deal there after he was called from Aberdeen. He opens a loan spot for Samuel Dingwood to leave to go. He's left on the permanent to go to Schalke, should I say? Loan spot leaves for Dingwood to go to Monaco, which will then allow the club to sign Nielsen and Willow for 17.5 million. So Sunderland are doing business. There's not been many businesses from Burnley. So when you look at Sunderland, they've already got a good squad, as you mentioned, Paul. They're strengthening even more with Nielsen and Willow coming in. Letting Dingwood go out on loan to Monaco. Plus Adel Uche on a permanent, it looks like, on a permanent there as well. Do you think Sunderland is still buying smartly and is doing good business by letting Dingwood go from what you've seen of him and Sunderland this season?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're building for next season. They're doing the smart thing. They already know that they're staying up this year, and they're building for next season. They're trying to make themselves stronger. They're trying to make themselves better so that they can compete. And they're doing the smart thing. And this is what other teams who came up should have done. It should have been what Leeds have done. Burnley are not even in a position to do that because they haven't even built a squad that can compete in this division. And again, defensively, Sunderland have only. I forgot to mention this before, which is an interesting stat. There's only 2 teams in the top 10 that have conceded less than Sunderland, and that's Arsenal and Manchester City. So it's very, very interesting, and they're building for next season. They're looking for a well-balanced squad that's going to compete in this level. They're wanting to make strides to maybe in the next couple of years be fighting for a European place, and that's the way it should be. I don't understand why Leeds haven't done that. I really don't. I think the same thing should apply. Yes, it looks like Leeds may stay up this year, but you're still in a relegation battle. You're not there yet, so it's there's still still that to do. And I would have thought, given your position, talking about Leeds now, after the defeat to Arsenal at the weekend, which honestly, Russ, could have been 6, I think Leeds need to look at this and say, well, we've got an excellent opportunity now to stay in this league. Let's build on what we've got. And they didn't do that. And, well, I still think you'll stay up. But only takes a couple of losses and a couple of wins for West Ham, and before you know it, you're looking over your shoulder again.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. Big game for Leeds on Friday, coming up against Nottingham Forest. Incidentally, there some other breaking news on the transfer front away from Sunderland and Leeds and Burnley is Chelsea striker David Datra Fofana has completed his loan move to Strasbourg. That deal has just gone through in the last few minutes as well. That deal has been confirmed. Another confirmation is that Celtic striker Johnny Kenny has joined League One Bolton Wanderers on loan for the remainder of the season there as well. There's some other news just coming into us there as well with some transfer news on this transfer deadline day. And just a bit of an interesting one on new Sheffield United man Calvin Phillips, which I mentioned he has joined, which I said he's paying bulk of his wages there as we know from how much he's on. He's on £150,000 a week at Manchester City, and he has joined Sheffield United. And interesting thing here from what I've been listening to as well and hearing and being that information from as well. And Calvin Phillips never really earned the trust of Pep Guardiola at Manchester City. He was training with the citizens this afternoon. He was in training this afternoon at the City Football Academy, the training ground where the team train all the time. And then when you look at it as well, the move has come about very, very quickly because he was training with City this afternoon. It was just this afternoon he was training with Manchester City, and then that deal has got done. And he's had 2 failed loan spells with West Ham United and Ipswich. He's now back in Yorkshire, where he grew up in, played in the academy of Leeds United for the first team at Leeds as well. There were talks that Leeds were looking at him as well, but couldn't work out a structure to get him back at Ellen Road, and not sure where it would fit into the Leeds squad, incidentally. And I think that's a good move for him to go there, get some games under his belt, which is what he's been wanting moving forward there as well. And you've got to look at it in some good movement for clubs there. Just want to bring Paul back in a second. He's at the Stadium of Light for us this evening ahead of that game between Sunderland and Burnley. I just want to touch upon Arsenal, Paul. Obviously, Mikel Moreno injured and out for quite a while. Also, probably, we have to say, a bit light in numbers in the position he plays. Are you surprised that Arsenal didn't go out and potentially get somebody in to replace him with the amount of injuries he's had? And then there's obviously likes Kairos, who likes an injury. Odegaard sometimes gets injured. Saka got injured in the warm-up against Leeds. So his players could be out injured. The players also didn't go out there and try and get someone in to cover some of those players.
Yeah, I think Mikel Arteta's intentions were to go out there and get somebody. Sometimes it's not easy to pick up the players that you want. You don't just want to be picking up players for the sake of picking up players. I mean, that was one of my critiques of Arteta a year or two ago. So he's doing the right thing. He's going out to find the right fit. It just didn't happen. The Mikel Moreno injury happened late in the window. So it was unfortunate. I think they've got enough, just about, but I think Mikel Arteta would have wanted coverage for Moreno because he's quite effective. He can play within the midfield, or he can even play in that number 9 role. So I think he would have wanted a replacement, but it just didn't work out, unfortunately.
Yes, and well, with the squad that Arsenal's got at the moment, obviously no replacement for Mikel Moreno, as we just touched upon there. But with the squad that Arsenal's got, obviously, it was the first win in the Premier League of this year against Leeds of the weekend, having not beaten Liverpool, not beaten Manchester United in the first couple of Premier League games. Do you still think Arsenal's got enough in the squad to say potentially go on and win the Premier League, or do you feel like there's still some things missing there for Arsenal in terms of going that one step from where they have been in previous seasons?
In terms of winning the league, I'm beginning to believe a little bit more now, but I started at the beginning of the season insisted that Arsenal wouldn't win it. I still don't think they'll win it. I'm a bit more convinced that now though than I was. But I just feel there's a lack of consistency with Arsenal that can sometimes happen, where they go on these runs where they don't win games and they drop points, and this is where City can sneak back in. I think for Arsenal's perspective, they are quite fortunate in the fact that City have also been inconsistent this season. Dropping a 2-goal lead against Spurs is a disaster for them in terms of chasing Arsenal for the title. In terms of the squad being big enough to compete in all 4 competitions, the answer to that question is no. It's not big enough to compete in all 4 competitions.
Yes, absolutely. Paul, absolutely. Mike is on. Good evening, Mike. Hopefully very good, my friend. Says, very quiet to Stevenage and Arsenal, although Ryan Doherty leaving Stevenage to join Ipswich is a big move. And Mike is also hearing, Paul, which I don't know whether this would excite you. We'll have to let us know your thoughts on this news when I bring it to you. Former Arsenal midfielder Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain is to Arsenal he's hearing that Oxlade-Chamberlain could be joining Arsenal till the end of the season on the free transfer. And like I mentioned a bit ago, we're going to the 4th Thursday in March to sign the free agents if they want to use him this window. So do you feel like Oxlade-Chamberlain, I know he's not played for quite a bit since leaving Besiktas in Turkey, but do you think this could be a good move for Arsenal if he were to come back in and come back to the Premier League and come back and join Arsenal, Paul?
No, I don't think it's a good idea. I think in terms of it wouldn't make Arsenal any better. It wouldn't make them any stronger. I think in terms of adding numbers to the squad, yeah. If you're adding numbers to the squad, sure, it's okay. But now we're going into that part of the season, the business end of the season, as we pass into March and then go into April. You need players that you can realistically pick and have an impact in the competitions. And I hate to say it, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, former Arsenal player as well, was very, very good in his day, but I don't think is quite what we're looking for right now.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. Absolutely. I believe from what I'm hearing and from what I understand, one of the main factors behind him potentially rejoining Arsenal is due to the fact his girlfriend still, or fiance, Little Mix Perry, who's now gone solo, he's still living over here, so he wants to move back over here because we've got a kid together, so wants to move back over here, so maybe being back closer to him is one of the reasons why he's considering Arsenal. There's other clubs in London who could potentially have gone to, but he has been training with Arsenal for a number of weeks now, from what I understand, so maybe the move could potentially make sense for all parties if that were to happen, Paul. But like I said, probably not in terms of maybe even if it's just for numbers, bolstering the squad and giving options there. But maybe because he's not played for quite a while, maybe that's part of the reservations of some Arsenal fans. Some Arsenal fans not wanting that deal to happen as well, Paul. So maybe because if he's not been playing for quite a while, maybe that's part of the reason why some Arsenal fans are sceptical of that situation. But I do believe he could be a decent option. He knows the Premier League and he knows Arsenal, he knows what the club means to the fans. So maybe that could be a decent one in the end, in my opinion, for also if he does go over the line. But I can see why you're in that fair way of thinking maybe he's not good enough to bolster the squad, in my opinion.
I think as we go into this business end of the season where every point is critical, you need players that can compete and make a difference on the pitch. If you're going to March, you're going into April, you're going into May, you can't afford to drop points. So I think he's not. No, I don't think he's the right option for us.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. It'd be interesting to see how that would pan out if he does come back into the club. That will get you thoughts on that in a few moments' time. Kick-off very much fast approaching in the game at the Stadium of Light for the game between Sunderland and Burnley this evening. Kick-off for that one is at 8 o'clock. Updates from Paul on the way as we bring you more transfer deadline day news coming up as well on transfer deadline day today as we keep you updated with what is happening up and down the countries. Mike has been in touch. Good to have you involved, Mike. Hopefully doing okay, my friend. He says, I don't think we will let it slip now. I think after the Leeds game, we'll go on a run of wins now. We don't see us losing many more or dropping many more points. He says he also disagrees about not being able to compete on all fronts. We have two quality players in every position, which I'm not sure about. I think nothing, Mike. I don't think you've got enough backup depth for centre back. In my opinion, I think you've got good for right back and left back. In Ben, right back is Ben White, and Timber. Left back in Capier, Calafiore. For me, but I don't feel you've got enough for centre back. I think that's where you may lack an injury or two to Gabriel or Saliba, or both at the same time could prove a big problem there, in my opinion. But everywhere else on the pitch, I think you do. But apart from centre back, that's the only place where I feel you could struggle moving forward, in my personal opinion there. But we'll have to wait and see if that is the case moving forward. Paul Rick is not a left back. But Paul, for me, a left back, you've got Calafiori, you've got Nkapia, you've got Miles Lewis-Skelly, you've got three players there who are good players in this Premier League level. I feel that's why I feel you've got enough there, Paul, in my opinion.
Well, Hincape, I think, has been very inconsistent this season. Miles Lewis-Skelly has not had his greatest season either. I think there's definitely a lack of depth at left back. I certainly agree with you at centre back and as well there, Russ. We do have at right back with Timber and Ben White, but I also feel Martin Odegaard has been very inconsistent again this season. There are times where he's looked brilliant, and the very reason why he's my favourite Premier League player. But at the same time, and there's other times where he's looked very ordinary. And he's kind of gone off early. As a captain, that's not a good sign. So there are some issues, I think, and with him seemingly not wanting to play Eberechi Eze, is that somebody that's just pretty much taken out of the equation as well?
Potentially, Paul, potentially. I was a bit surprised when I found out Saka weren't playing at the weekend. I was surprised that Eze didn't come in for Bukayo Saka rather than Madueke, because for me, and this is just my opinion, Paul, I firmly believe from when I've seen Madueke, he does better on the left than what he does on the right, in my opinion, and that's why I wasn't sure about him starting on the right when I found out he'd come in. I thought Eze may have come in there because Eze can play on the right as well. I know that's playing the 10 on the left. We can also do a decent job on the right there. Did well on the right there, in my opinion. But for me, he's done better on the right there for me. But I thought Eze may have come in for Saka rather than Madueke, because for me, Madueke is better on the left rather than the right, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, Madueke played very well on the right against Leeds, but I do believe he's better on the left. I agree with you there. I've got no problem with Arsenal's front line in terms of strength and depth. There's plenty of options there. My concern is with the back line. Mike says White, Timber and Calafiori can all play at centre-back. Mike, we saw Calafiori play at centre-back and it didn't work out very well. Ben White can play at centre-back, so can Timber. But then that still leaves the other areas short. There's 4 competitions, remember. This is not just the League and the Champions League. This is the FA Cup, the League Cup. I just don't think they've got the strength in depth for 4 competitions to realistically have an opportunity of winning all 4 is the point I'm trying to make.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. Absolutely, my friend. Definitely, you're doing well, then, and I agree with you on those fronts there as well, Paul. I don't think you've got enough squad depth to compete in all 4, say, the Premier League, the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup, which second leg is tomorrow, and you'll be able to see that one here on the Commentary Club tomorrow for you guys, the listeners. You'll see that game tomorrow, and also the Champions League. I don't think you've got enough cover to cover all 4 of those. And Mike, and I agree with what you said about Calafiori, he's not to the world of light as centre-back. He's been more, in my opinion, more productive for Arsenal when he's played a left-back rather than a centre-back. So I can understand your concerns there. He said Calafiori and Lewis-Skelly are left-back. So he's not sure. He thinks Mosquera and Nkapia are more than good enough as centre-back as well. And Mosquera can also, Paul, you mentioned there about when it says White and Timber can play as centre-back. Yes, Ben White's natural position is centre-back, but Mosquera, if he says he's forced to play White and Timber as centre-back, he's got Mosquera who can also play right-back despite him being a natural centre-back. So he's also got an extra man there for for the right back spot as well as in Calafiori and Luskelly. The left back, he's basically got 3 for one position on either side, either fullback positions there as well.
My problem with Hincapié is for the most part, he's not played very well, in my opinion, for the most part this season. Now, that's not to say he won't develop into a better player. I'm not saying that, but for the most part, he hasn't played very well in that position. It's clear to say that we've missed Calafiori at left back. I can't see where that point can be argued, because the Calafiori doesn't just act as a really good defender. He goes forward, he creates opportunities, he creates opportunities for the winger by spraying the ball either to the left side or to the right, or even connecting with Odegaard in the midfield. You're talking about a very good two-way player that, in my opinion, Arsenal do not have a replacement for in that position that can be equally as effective. Hincapié, to me, he always seems to have an error in him. And, of course, the 2 centre-backs, yes, White can play at centre-back, that's good, but if you take a look at, he can score goals, right, Mike, if you take a look at those 2 centre-backs, you take one of them out of the equation, especially Gabriel, I have to be honest, Saliba does not look the same player without Gabriel when I've seen them play. He just
and also
does not
for me, Paul, I don't think Gabriel looks the same without Saliba either, in my opinion.
But I don't know about that, because Gabriel is still effective when he can play alongside maybe a Ben White or a Mosquera. I think William Saliba struggles without Gabriel being there. I think obviously the partnership is affected when one or the other isn't there, but Gabriel can still play very, very well. I think Saliba needs Gabriel there. And that partnership has secured the best centre-back partnership in the league. There's no question about it. So when one isn't there, the other suffers.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. Absolutely. Some breaking transfer news, not from England, not from Scotland, but from the Saudi Pro League. And that is that former Real Madrid man, Karim Benzema, who was at Al Ittihad, is now signed for Al Hilal. Here we go for Fabrizio Romano. He is joining with immediate effect. Terms agreed tonight, and that deal looks set to get confirmed. Will be announced officially very soon as well. Also, some breaking news. This one coming out of France, and RC Lens, is signed from a Newcastle man, Alain Saint-Maximin, after he left America earlier this month. Well, last month he left, and is now signed for Lens there. The teams are out in the game between Burnley and Sunderland at the Stadium of Light. Let Paul get ready to come out, so we're getting Paul ready to prepare for that there. We'll probably just to recap you all, guys, with the team news for the game that we've got coming up in a few moments' time. It's time for me to hand over to the man who's going to be doing you the reports this evening, Paul James.
Thank you, Russ, and welcome if you're just joining us this evening. A very cold Stadium of Light, a little bit of rain in the air. Let's take a look at the 2 lineups, starting with Sunderland. Regis Lebray has gone with Robin Roofs in goal as usual. Ronaldo Mandava, Omar Adretti, Daniel Ballard, Nordi Makwela is your back 4, and Noah Siddiqui and Habib Diarra are the 2 holding midfield, with Chemsdean, Talibi, Enzo Lafay and captain Trey Hume behind the Dutch striker Brian Brobby. Scott Parker, on the other hand, well, he's gone for only one change out of his lineup, with Armando Broja dropping to the bench and the South African international Liam Foster coming back in. Martin Dubravka in goal. Bashir Humphreys, Maxime Esteve and Axel Twanzebe are the 3 centre-backs. The wing-backs are Lucas Perret, Florentina and Leslie Ugochukwu in midfield, with the other wing back being the skipper, Kyle Walker. Jaden Anthony and Marcus Edward is behind Lyle Foster. For the Clarets, favourites here are Sunderland. The referee today is Paul Tierney from Wigan.
Thank you very much there, Paul, as we get ready for kick-off in that game. For kick-off very shortly. Kick-off is at 8 o'clock. Burnley away to Sunderland with the kick-off very much fast approach, and we'll give you the updates throughout the game this evening on that match tonight, as we can keep you bang up to date with that game this evening as well. We're just going to take a quick break, but when we return, the game will have kicked off and we'll get the early exchanges for that match. Join us shortly here on Transfer Deadline Day. Welcome back to Transfer Deadline Day on TCHub Live. Who were your club signed before the window slams shut? And we've got some more breaking news while we've been off air this evening, and we'll bring you that breaking news right now before we get an update in a few moments from the early exchanges at the Stadium of Light, where Sunderland are taking on Burnley this evening. Kick-off has already happened, been playing around about 5 minutes or thereabouts in the game there tonight. Just some breaking news from Nottingham Forest, and they have confirmed the signing of Luca Netz from Borussia Mönchengladbach. The deal is worth initial 1.1 million plus a sell-on clause. The left-back was in his final few months of his deal in Germany and has agreed a 4.5-year deal at the City ground. That deal has been done. Birmingham City have also completed the signing of Jonathan Panzo from Rio Ave for a nominal fee. He has signed a short-term contract till the end of the season. This is subject to international clearance as well. Simon Adingra has completed his move to Monaco from Sunderland with an option to make the move permanent in the summer. Sheffield United Middlesbrough have received multiple bids from Ipswich for Femi Azaz on deadline day. All were rejected. Ipswich's final offer would have been a club record sale for Millwall, but was also turned down. Azaz has 7 goals and 2 assists in 19 Championship appearances. Celtic, what about them? A $3 million deal for Lorient winger Joel Mavuka is in doubt. The 23-year-old's medical results have been brought up. An issue further investigation remains unclear whether the deal will go through. So the Scottish deadline is at 11 p.m. this evening there in Oxford. An extension has been granted for Oxford to sign Ademo Amaku from Millwall. All positive of completing that deal. That deal is set to be done there, and be interesting to see what happens there. If you're any Leeds fans out there listening in, let us know your thoughts on Leeds United. They didn't sign anybody on transfer deadline day, and that could prove costly in terms of chances of staying in the division. Wonder if that will be the case for the Elland Road side come the end of the season in that game. In the games remaining, Leeds next in action against Nottingham Forest on Friday evening at Elland Road. Those reports, and they're unconfirmed, I may add, that Dominic Calvert-Lewin's out for 3 to 4 weeks with a thigh injury after having gone for a scan earlier today, and Joe Ronnan's out for 8 weeks due to an unspecified injury for him there. As we'll have to wait and see if that is the case there on that one there, and we can just bring you some information regarding the news about Dwight McNeil and Crystal Palace's deal for Everton winger Dwight McNeil. His initial loan deal, which will include an obligation to buy for £20 million, is what we're hearing this evening. That is what we have hearing this evening for you today. This will be triggered if certain conditions are met, and we understand they're realistic to achieve, and a deal she was submitted for this transfer. Both clubs have until 9 o'clock to get it over the line there, and we'll very shortly head across to see how the early exchanges have done in the game between Sunderland and Burnley in the Premier League. Mike has been in touch regarding Arsenal. Very interesting comment here, Mike, which I found very interesting from you. It says the thing that frustrates him is that Arsenal allowed Ethan Nwaneri to go out on loan, and he would have been good cover for Mikel Moreno. Dan Ballard, ex-Arsenal, who plays for Sunderland tonight, is from Stevenage as well. And he's just confirmed what I've just mentioned there, Luca Netz, 4.5-year deal for Nottingham Forest. It's been a good start to the game. Then we'll wait and see how the early exchanges have gone in a few moments' time in that game. Will we have an early goal in the game at the Stadium of Light between Sunderland and Burnley in the game this evening? I wonder. As we watch the game here, as we keep across transfer deadline day today, as we keep across all the transfer news, as well as be interesting to see how this Sunderland game does pan out. We've got Paul James watching that one forward. We'll be across to him in just a moment at 2's time, as we keep an eye on transfers as well here on transfer deadline days. That's what this show's mainly about, but we would incorporate some football action for you. Let's see. We got a goal in that game at the Stadium of Light, and I can tell you, well, I won't tell you which way it's gone. I can hand over to Paul James, who can tell us all about the opening goal of the game, Paul.
Well, no surprise, they've had a lot of the early pressure, and Sunderland are the early leaders here at the Stadium of Light, and it's Habib Diarra. He gets into the penalty area on his own. There's no real attempt to win the ball back from Burnley, and the shot from Habib Diarra is on target, but it takes a deflection off Axel Tuanzebe and sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. But Sunderland take the 1-goal lead with Habib Diarra into the penalty area. Far too easy from Burnley's perspective. The shot deflects off Tuanzebe and sends Dubravka the wrong way. There's 10 minutes gone here, and it's Sunderland 1, Burnley 0.
Thank you very much there, Paul. 1-0 to Sunderland against Burnley. Will Burnley get out of this and turn this game around, or will Sunderland double their advantage? We'll soon find out throughout the evening with Paul James whether Burnley can turn this game on its head, or whether Sunderland will just see the game out and get the deal done in the end. In terms of the victory, when I say deal done in the end, using the deadline day pun there for us here on the commentary of Russ, keeping you across everything that is happening this evening. We're live with you until just after 10 o'clock this evening, as we bring you updates on this game tonight in the Premier League, as we keep you bang up to date with the fixtures this evening. As the ball, as we watch this game there as well in the studio here, and we've got Paul watching the game for us as well, keeping you updated on that game. If you want to listen to, if you want to keep it today, you can keep it switched on, as you can hear the updates from that game this evening, as we can keep you bang up to date there as well, and keep you bang up to date with any transfer news as well on transfer deadline day, which is what transfer deadline day is all about: transfers and news stories, which we'll bring to you this evening as we watch this game unfold as well in the studio here. As we've got Paul standing by in case there's any goal alerts in the game or any major talking points. We'll keep going across to him every so often and keep giving him updates on the match in the game, as we keep him, as he's out in the cold. Well, I'm in the warmth of our studios here based in Yorkshire. Paul's out in the cold at the Stadium of Light for us this evening, as we keep you up to date with that game tonight. We've got the match for you in the Premier League as we watch this move unfold, and will the clubs get something in the end? And we've just got some breaking news in the end, and this news here has come from nowhere. Former Burnley striker Andre Gray, you may remember him, Burnley fans, if you're listening to this tonight, Well, he has got a new club and he's back in English football, and he is joined League One side Paul Vale on a permanent basis until the end of the season. He previously played for Luton, Brentford and Burnley amongst others, winning the Championship Golden Boot whilst at Watford. He left Turkish top flight side Faye Karamuk earlier on this season, and he's now joining Paul Vale. Speaking about the signing, John Brady said, "We're delighted to welcome someone of Andre's pedigree to Paul Vale. He's got a wealth of experience and his goal-scoring record speaks for itself. It's fantastic to have him on board, and I know he's raring to go." So Andre Gray, the former Burnley man, is back in English football, this time in League One at Paul Vale. And that, for me, is a decent signing at Paul Vale for Paul Vale standards. Sunderland have had a chance to double their advantage at the Stadium of Light. They're still leading by a goal to nil as far as I'm aware. And let's find out about that early chance. And I'm back over to Paul James.
Yes, Russ, an early opportunity for Mucklely, the right back. He gets inside the penalty area. Now his shot is a defender's shot. He sends it over the crossbar by quite some distance. But it's another scare for Burnley, who are already 1-0 down here, and they're being dominated in possession by Sunderland at the moment. 57% possession early on for Sunderland. The Clarets struggling at the Stadium of Light. Sunderland 1, Burnley 0, 15 minutes gone.
Thank you very much there to Paul James, who will keep us bang up to date with the updates throughout the evening as Burnley trail, as it says, and they're up against it by the sounds of it at the Stadium of Light against Sunderland this evening. Sunderland on top in that game, and it looks like it will be a comfortable victory from what I can see here. Sunderland are very much on top in the game here at the Stadium of Light. In the end, in Bradford City, they've just announced a departure from Valley Parade, and Tommy Lee has joined Bristol Rovers on loan. The deal has just been announced by the two clubs. Bradford City have just confirmed it there as well. And he goes to League Two, just Tommy Lee, and join over Steve Evans of Bristol Rovers, the former Leeds, Rotherham and Stevenage head coach Steve Evans, may I add. Then remains 1 million feature match. We'll keep across an eye on that one, and we'll keep across the transfer deadline day transfers, because that's what we do on transfer deadline day. Keep across all the transfers. If you are listening to us for the very first time, please drop us a like. Please drop us a subscription. It really does go a long way this evening. Really good to have you on board with us and keeping us as your designated team for chances for Premier League matches, Champions League matches, Championship matches, amongst others, European matches on the international front, World Cups, European Championships as well. Amongst others, we'll also try and do a WSL fixtures a few times as well. Sunderland seem to be having the better of the game at the Stadium of Light, and they've had another chance, I understand, and we'll get that confirmation for us in just a second from our man watching the game for us in the first half at the Stadium of Light. It's Paul James.
Yes, well, this is a much better opportunity for Sunderland. Mandava gets down the left-hand side, pulls the cross in, and inside the penalty area, Taibbi hits it first time, and it goes wide of the target, but he could have easily, with all the space he had in there, took two touches and put the ball past Dubravka into the net. But he didn't realise all the time he had. Burnley are defending very badly here. They are right for the taking right now at Burnley. 18 minutes gone. Sunderland 1, Burnley 0.
Thank you very much there to Paul James. We're back with Paul throughout the evening for plenty more updates in this Premier League encounter between Burnley and Sunderland, and Burnley, should I say, at the Stadium of Light, in what's been a fascinating start to to the game if you're a Sunderland fan and a Sunderland supporter and a supporter of teams in and around Burnley down at the bottom end of the table, the likes of Leeds United, West Ham United, Wolverhampton Wanderers, Nottingham Forest, amongst others who are down there with Burnley. But it looks as though Burnley and Wolves, maybe the bottom two have already secured. That one then is down to West Ham, Leeds United, Crystal Palace, potentially Tottenham as well, potentially getting dragged into the relegation scrap down at the bottom end of the table there, and we'll watch. See if Burnley can somehow find a way back into this game and find some way back into the actual game in general itself. Overall, Sunderland started off well though in this game, and from what I've seen of it so far, deservedly lead in the game at the Stadium of Light. Will try and keep you back, bring you back on, bang up to date on transfer deadline day here this evening. Russ and Gania through the action tonight as we keep you updated in the Premier League, from the Premier League game as well, and we'll keep you bang up to date with everything that's happening here on transfer deadline day with us all here on. We're going to Russ and Gania through the action tonight from the studio. Paul James at the game, bringing you the updates as we watch this game on, as we bring you the transfer deadline day transfer news that we will bring you here on the channel with plenty of options coming up, in my opinion, for Sunderland to get more goals from what I've seen in the early exchange. We'll get the thoughts of Paul James on the early exchanges very, very shortly as we come up towards the 20th minute mark in the game there. It remains Sunderland 1, Burnley 0 in the Premier League in the Stadium of Light, and Burnley not very good at the moment in possession or out of possession. It's not been that good in my opinion as we watch this game unfold tonight, but we'll keep you updated with Paul James on that game. We have got some breaking news from Spurs, from the world of the Premier League and from Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, and it is the news that Spurs fans will be happy about. James Wilson has joined Spurs from Arts. The 18-year-old is expected to link up with Spurs under-21 squad. He's joined on loan with an option to buy. Spurs have beaten Arsenal in the race to sign the youngster, having Arsenal expressed an interest to take him on trial rather than an actual deal, and Tottenham swooped in and got the deal done, and they've now confirmed that capture there in the end. And you've got to say that it's very interesting to see whether that deal gets Spurs fans make of that deal there. That's been confirmed this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date in the Premier League encounter tonight between Sunderland and Burnley. Sunderland knocking on the door, continue to knock on the door, continue to press. We'll go across the Paul in a moment, see how Burnley have responded in a minute or two's time, but we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case as we watch here on the channel. Russ and Gania through proceedings from the studio of Yorkshire-based studio. We've got Paul standing by the Stadium of Light, bringing you up to date with the action there as we keep you up to date with transfer news as well here on transfer deadline days. That's what the news is all about here on transfer deadline day. Transfers, and even more. You've guessed it, transfers. And we'll see how things go there. We'll head back to Paul in just a second to get his thoughts on the opening exchanges in the game, as we've played around about 24 minutes or so in that game of the Stadium of Light, which has been a positive outlook for a Sunderland perspective if you're watching this and you're expecting things to happen as we We'll go back across the Paul line now, in fact. And Paul, Sunderland's still leading 1-0, but have Burnley responded in this way, shape, or form, or is it still too comfortable for Sunderland, in your opinion?
It's very comfortable for Sunderland, and to be honest with you, the most Burnley have done is got the ball down the left-hand side for Marcus Edwards to cross in, which the goalkeeper Russ plucked out of the air very easily. There's not really been much more from Burnley. They keep giving the ball away, especially in and around their own penalty area. They're making a rod for their own back right now, and they look very much out of sorts. I suspect Scott Parker must be tearing his hair out. This is not good for Burnley. They're not playing very well at all. They're among the worst in set pieces as well. They are the worst, in fact, in set piece goals in the entire Premier League at the moment. There's 24 minutes gone. It's Sunderland 1, Burnley 0, and it only looks like there's going to be more for Sunderland at the moment.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. We're back with him. Plenty of updates throughout the evening. Will we get more goals in the game at the Stadium of Light this evening? We'll take a short break in a moment, but interesting thing here from one of the football reporters out there, Jamie Jackson, who is a reporter at The Guardian, who is a Manchester-based reporter of The Guardian, and he's put an interesting report out here. Michael Carrick regarding Manchester United, and I would agree with this here, and don't very often agree with stuff regarding Manchester United, or very complimentary regarding Manchester United, obviously with the team I support and the team with bitter rivals of Manchester United. But I agree with this sentiment here. It says Michael Carrick beats Manchester City, Arsenal and Fulham, which, let's be honest, those three teams have been playing well this season, in part, to a certain degree. Arsenal especially, top of the league, and looks like they could go on to win the title, barring any last-minute accidents by Arsenal there. And Michael Carrick, in the transfer window, what does he get as a reward for that? Absolutely zilch. Nada, nothing. So you've got to feel for Michael Carrick in that respect, because, and he's losing Casemiro at the end of the season. Those talks, Casemiro just still end up going before the end of this window. Here, there's talks that Saudi club are looking at him and some of the others, but may wear up his contract and decide to stay, as he originally mentioned. Well, say if they were to lose Michael Carrick, they've not really got many options to replace him in that midfield, with Fernandes playing that bit further forward under Michael Carrick this season. So I'm a bit surprised that Manchester United didn't reward him with anybody in the transfer window. All I think you can think of is that Arsenal, is that, in my opinion, is that they should be recruiting. If Man United want to stay in that top four race, they need to be doing much better with the recruiting side. They need to improve on some of the players, because some of the players, in my opinion, are not at Premier League level for Manchester United as of yet. So that's where I look at it in regards to the situation there as we watch this game unfold. Will we see any more goals in this game as we will go? Not to this moment in time. So we're just going to take a quick break. But when we do go for a break, sometimes we're normally as if we're covering a football game. There's normally a goal. So hopefully by the time we come back, there'll be a goal in the game. But we're just going to go for a quick break. We'll be back in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the TCHub's coverage here on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you bang up to date with the game and the Stadium of Light, where Sunderland currently lead by a goal to nil against Burnley. We'll let her back across that in a moment, see if there's been any change in terms of direction in the play from the two teams. But first of all, some breaking transfer news from the Championship, and Sheffield United have signed yet another from a Leeds United man, and this time it's Joe Rothwell on a permanent basis. This time, 18-month contract, free transfer from Rangers. He left Bournemouth and went up to Rangers in the summer to link up with Russell Martin. Fell out of favour up there under new boss Danny Röhl, and Sheffield United have signed him on a permanent basis now, 18-month contract for Joe Rothwell. There, we'll head across up to the cinema line very, very shortly to find out what the latest is between Sunderland and Burnley, and whether there has been another goal, or whether there's been any chances in the game, or whether there's a goal or anything like that. And we'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens there in that game there, as we watch that game in the studio and keep an eye across on the transfer front as well. Joe Rothwell confirmed there for Sheffield United. That's a good signing for the Blades there, in my opinion, as we watch this game unfold. We'll keep you bang across everything that happens here on Transfer Deadline Days. We keep you up to date with everything that has happened today and in the world of the transfers front. As I say, all transfers breaking news all the time in terms of transfers, and that is what is happening there. And there is another transfer for Sunderland in a moment, which we'll hear about in a few moments' time, because that's why I said I'll wait for it in a few moments' time. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head back across to Sunderland right now. The scoreline there says 1-0 on the screen, but I can tell you, and I'm sure this man who's watching the game for us can tell you as well, it is no longer 1-0, is it, Paul James?
No, it is 2-0 to Sunderland, and another comedic error by Burnley. Mukalele got down the right-hand side. It was pulled back. The challenge to try to win the ball from Fiorentina completely missed. It fell to Habib Diarra again, and he struck the shot at the goalkeeper, Martin Dubravka, which he really should have kept out. Instead, he knocks it into the back of the net. There's no real power on the shot. It should have been a comfortable save, but it comes off the goalkeeper and goes into the net. And the goal, his second goal of the game by Habib Diarra, is 33 minutes gone. It's Sunderland 2, Burnley 0. And I don't think we're finished with the scoring yet, Russ.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. And to be honest, I don't think we've done with the scoring there yet either. I think there's more goals to come in this game. There is Sunderland are just outplaying, outclassing Burnley as it stands right now at the Stadium of Light, and they're fully deserving of their lead here, in my personal opinion. There, and some breaking news, and we did mention earlier, me and mine were talking about Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain in regards to potential players coming in to help Arsenal with the injury to Mikel Merino. Paul, you said you weren't enamoured by him back in, so I can give you a bit of good news. Celtic are interested in signing the former Arsenal and Liverpool midfielder. There's no rush to get any deal sorted by 11 o'clock deadline tonight in Scotland as he's a free agent. Arsenal is currently training with Arsenal. Mikel Arteta earlier today refused to rule out signing him as well, with Celtic have now come in for him as well, and so he could end up going up to Scotland there to play for Celtic, unless he wants to return back to England. I've just broke you that news about Joe Rothwell a few moments ago. Brighton and Hove Albion, their midfielder Andy Moran has today joined Preston North End for for a fee of around £1 million. And I'm just seeing the goal again from Diarra. That's a take nothing away from Diarra. It's a good strike, but takes a deflection. And his second goal, which I'm just seeing now, which only a few minutes ago from Paul. Poor defending from Florentino, who allowed it to go through his legs and into the path of Habib Diarra to make it 2-0 to Sunderland. And Sunderland, I've got to say, well worthy of their lead. Watford have confirmed the signing of Saba Golchidis, the defender who's joined the club from Udinese until the end of the season. There, that deal has just gone through there as well. Leicester are waiting to hear confirmation whether about they've managed to complete the signing of Chelsea striker Dujon Richards before the deadline. The two clubs agreed a deal for 20-year-old to move on loan for the remainder of the season. Now waiting for EFL confirmation of the paperwork was submitted in time for the deadline of 7 o'clock this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with transfer deadline day as the news up in Scotland remains ongoing. Transfers can still happen up there until 11 o'clock as the ball is Burnley trying to, from what I can see, trying to get back into it there, and we're watching this game as I can see a shot of Scott Parker, and he's not barking out any instructions. He's just stood there watching what's happening and just with his arms folded. I don't know why he's doing that, because for me, this has been so poor from Burnley. Scott Parker has got his, in my opinion, he has got his tactics wrong, Scott Parker, in this game. And his tactics are so wrong. His setup is so wrong. Everything about Burnley tonight, in my opinion, is so wrong. And for me, I don't think we've seen the last of the scoring. Paul mentioned it as well. You don't think we've seen the last of the scoring in the game of turf, in the game of the Stadium of Light. And you've got very good start to the game for Sunderland, and one Paul where Sunderland are completely dominant in front of goal, really.
Yeah, Burnley have got a corner just on the left-hand side, and they might be able to develop something from this, so just stay with me. The corner is going to be taken by Lucas Perret for Burnley. It's a terrible corner. It's headed back to the edge of the area. Back to Lucas Perret now. He might be able to get the cross in, and in fact, Lucas Perret did not get back on side quickly enough. Burnley 0, Sunderland 2. Right now, there is 38 minutes gone, Russ, and I agree with you. I think Scott Parker has got much of the tactics wrong in this first half. Burnley are all over the place. They haven't had a shot on target. The best they've had is that one corner. I don't see a way back to them right now unless Scott Parker makes some radical changes at the break. 2-0 to Sunderland.
Thank you very much there, Paul. Paul, just while we've got you there watching this game, what do you think needs to happen for Burnley to potentially have a chance of survival? Is it a case of get rid of the manager in terms of Scott Parker, or do you think it's not as simple as that?
I think at this point now it's not as simple as that. I don't think we'll stay up whoever we get in now. I think we're too far behind. Transfer window's gone. But Scott Parker needs to go because this is ridiculous. I'm seeing there's no effort here. I don't want to say no effort. That's kind of not a nice thing to say, but it almost feels like that. They're giving the ball away a lot. They're not really making any effort to break forward. And when they do, they give the ball away. Defensive errors all over the place. Even Martin Dubravka, who has been remotely very, very solid for Burnley all season long, should have kept out that second goal. But here we are.
Here we are indeed, Paul. Thank you very much. There will be back with you throughout the evening to keep up to date with that scoreline at not Turf Moor, Stadium of Light, should I say, as Burnley look to keep pressure on the teams in and around them if they can get back into this game. But it looks as though Sunderland are going to record yet another victory and climb up that Premier League table this evening and cause a few problems. We are just hearing some news for Wolverhampton Wanderers fans. So Wolves fans, if you're listening, I can tell you that deal sheets have been put in for Angel Gomez and Adam Armstrong, and we understand here with the commentary of that both deals will go through fine despite the deal sheets being put in place. So there's no issues with that. The deal sheets will go through in time, and for me, Adam Armstrong's a decent signing for Wolves, but Wolves for me are already too far gone to have a chance of staying up. Burnley are the same, especially if they lose this one tonight against Sunderland. So I think there's only one spot remaining to fight for in terms of the relegation places from the Premier League. And as I mentioned earlier, some of the teams involved in that: Leeds United, West Ham United, Nottingham Forest, potentially Crystal Palace, Crystal Palace, Tottenham Hotspur, should I say, not Sunderland. Sunderland will stay up, in my opinion. Will definitely stay up now, in my opinion, especially with this win. They only need, I think, is another 4 wins following this game tonight to stay up. So I think Sunderland will definitely be absolutely fine in terms of promotion. And after getting promotion last season, as I said, staying in the division. So for me, I think it's just between two others, because Burnley are still 11 points behind Nottingham Forest and Leeds. Say one of those teams were to win. Say Leeds were to win on the weekend against Nottingham Forest on Friday night. They'd still be 11 behind Nottingham Forest. And they'd be 14 points behind Leeds. And they'd then need Forest and Leeds to slip up in remaining of their games, and the goals coming from there. And I can just tell you, Paul, and just to know you like to keep stats on this. This has just come out from the Premier League this evening, that the first goal for Sunderland tonight has gone down as Axel Tuanzebe own goal in the 9th minute of the game, rather than a Habib Diarra goal. So Habib Diarra's got 1 goal. Tuanzebe is being credited with an own goal for Sunderland's first. So Tuanzebe own goal and Habib Diarra on the score sheet, as well as Sunderland's lead here by 2-0 against Burnley in the Premier League. And Burnley yet to even register a single shot on target, despite having just 2 touches in the opposition box. Burnley have been out-fought, and it's not something I thought I would say, especially with how these two teams played up against each other last season. So the Tuanzebe own goal for the first goal there. Paul reckons that is harsh. There remains 2-0 to Sunderland in that game, though, at the Stadium of Light. As we get ready towards stoppage time, as we've been on air for just over coming towards 4 hours now. We're going to be on air till 10 o'clock this evening, so going on 6 hours. We're going on 5 hours in the end. Maybe just over the 5-hour mark by the time we come off air this evening. But really good to have you with us tonight as we watch this game unfold. Will Sunderland put this game to bed with another goal before half time, or will Burnley have a chance to get one of their own beforehand? We'll have to wait and see what happens there. It remains 2-0 to Sunderland in that game there. At the cinema, like more transfer news there, and be interesting to see there as we keep you bang up to date. And I can tell you that there's been a 4 minutes of stoppage time being added in the game at the Stadium of Light. And I've got some breaking news from League Two, EFL League Two, which we cover here on the channel as well. And that is Richie Smallwood, who used to be at Rotherham United, has joined Bristol Rovers on loan till the end of the season from Tranmere Rovers. He played for Middlesbrough, Rotherham, Blackburn, Hull City, Bradford City before joining Tranmere Rovers. Now will spend the rest of the season on loan at Bristol Rovers. He says he's absolutely glad to get the deal done. He said it's a big club with big ambitions and aspirations, and it's great to link up with the gaffer again. We had a great time together at Rotherham, and I know what it's all about. Obviously, him and Steve Evans was all about each other there as we into stoppage time in the game at the Stadium of Light. In that game there this evening, as Burnley trail Sunderland by 2-0. Sunderland are the home side in this evening's encounter, and what's going to be a good game, or has already been a good game so far, in my opinion, and we'll see. As you see there, I'm just looking on social media now, and there's a Burnley reporter here called Matt Scrafton. And when the 4 minutes got added at the end of this first half, he put 4 minutes added on as if we needed any more punishment, is what he said. Because Burnley have been poor in this first half. There's been a yellow card as well in this first half, stoppage time towards the end of the game, towards the end of the first half. Let's hear all about it by handing over to Paul James, who is watching it at the Centre of Life for us. Paul.
Yeah, it's a first yellow card of the season for Leslie Ugachukwu. Breaking away was Habib Diallo again, and Ugachukwu puts his arm around him without any attempt to winning the ball and pulls him to the ground. Of course, we all know what that means. That's going to be a yellow card every day of the week. I understand what Matt has said there. It really has been. If you're a Burnley fan and you're watching this, it must be pure torture, because really Burnley have not really had anything in this game. They've not been able to put together anything of any real note throughout the whole game so far. We've got about a minute left of stoppage time, and it's Sunderland 2, Burnley 0.
Thank you very much there, Paul, as we get towards the half-time break there at the Stadium of Light. Will we see any more goals before the half-time interval, I wonder, or whether will that be the half-time scoreline of 2-0 to Sunderland? We'll wait and find out and get an half-time report very shortly from Paul James, who's watching that game for us this evening at the Stadium of Light, as we watch here from the warmth of the studio in Yorkshire this evening, as where we are based, or where I am based anyway. We've got people based all over the country working with us here on the channel, which is good to have as many people as we can join us on the channel moving forward, as we get ready to get to the half-time report from Paul James in just a moment or two, as we get ready for the game. Just a bit more information, as I mentioned earlier, the first goal was an own goal for Sunderland in the game, credited to Axel Twanzebe. Own goal. Initially, he went down as Habib Diarra's goal, and he says the first Sunderland goal has been credited to Axel Twanzebe own goal, final review by the Premier League goal accreditation panel there this evening. So the goal has gone down as an own goal rather than Habib Diarra. So Habib Diarra has only scored one goal for Sunderland so far this season. That was the second goal there. We have got to half time now in the game at the Stadium of Light. Sunderland leading in this game by 2-0. And it's been pretty comfortable for Sunderland as well, you would have to say, Paul James.
Yeah, half-time at the Stadium of Light, Sunderland 2, Burnley 0, in what has been a very easy first half for Sunderland. They took the lead on 9 minutes. Originally, the goal was given to Habib Diarra, but his shot took a deflection off Axel Tuanzebe, and the Premier League's goal panel has given it to Tuanzebe. There was no doubt it was going on target. Perhaps the goal panel thought that had it been on target, that Dubravka would have saved it. Perhaps that's the reason. No doubt about the second goal by Diarra. He added to Sunderland's lead on 32 minutes. Really poor defending by Fiorentina, unable to cut the cross out, and the shot by Diarra should have been kept out by Martin Dubravka. He only got a hand to a very soft shot, and he put it into the side of his net to make it 2-0 to Sunderland. Burnley did have a shot at the end of the first half, wasn't on target. The ball played through to Marcus Edwards, who shot it into the side netting. But that's really been all from Burnley. That's as good as it's got from the Clarets in the first half. They have looked second best in every single capacity. Half time at the Stadium of Light, Sunderland 2, Burnley 0.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. Go and get your nice cup of hot chocolate while we are at the half-time break there. We'll be back with Paul in plenty of time for the start of the second half in that game. I'll keep you bang up to date with transfer news as well, with any transfer news that comes through to us between now and when we're off air just after 10 p.m. UK time this evening on transfer deadline days. We bring you the game updates on the game between Sunderland and Burnley this evening in the Premier League, and we can tell you that Leicester City are waiting to see whether they completed a deal to sign Jamal Lascelles on a short-term contract from Newcastle. There's optimism on both sides that a deal goes through. There has been some transfer news which is coming in. Dundee have signed Scott Wrighton from Birmingham City. That deal has been confirmed. Another deal which has been confirmed is that Ryan Hardy of Wrexham has joined League One side Huddersfield Town on loan. He joins from the Championship side for the remainder of the 25-26 campaign. So that deal has gone through there as well. So that is some of the transfer news. We're up to date on the transfer news so far. Up to date on the football as well in what's been a good game so far. At the Stadium of Light, and Sunderland deservedly leaders by 2-0. We're going to take a break right now, but when we return, we'll be back in plenty of time for the second half updates. Plus, also, we're going to go and we'll be back with some more transfer news as well, hopefully. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned to the Commentary Hub. Welcome back to the transfer deadline day show here on the commentary. We're spending with you, getting you through the action. Let's bring you some breaking news from one of tonight's teams, and that is Sunderland, and they've announced the signing of Nielsen and Willow from Anderlecht for £17.5 million. That's 15 million upfront, 2.5 million in add-ons for the man there, and that is what the deal is going to be, and that's how much he has cost Sunderland. And I believe from what I've read, it should be a decent acquisition for Sunderland. Then that deal has been confirmed. Willow joins the club after Adil Unuche joined Schalke after his loan spell at Aberdeen was terminated, and which opened up a switch for Adingra to complete a move to Monaco, which has also gone through there as well. As Rotherham United have just announced yet another signing, this time from Leicester City. Brandon Cover has joined the Millers on a deal till 2027, which has just been announced by Rotherham United today. That's the fourth signing in on transfer deadline day for Rotherham United. He has joined the club today. Brilliant signing there for Rotherham United. In Brandon Cover has completed his move there to Rotherham United on an undisclosed fee. We'll try and get you confirmation of what the window or how much, not how much, how long he is signed for there. Brandon Cover, which has completed his move to Rotherham United now from Leicester City. That one, along with the first one, Duncan Wilmore, came completely out of the blue there. He is a versatile player who can play in midfield or fullback, and Rotherham United have confirmed the fourth signing there for Rotherham United in the end there. And Sheffield Wednesday have just confirmed the news that Bailey Canamatri has joined Wrexham for an undisclosed fee in the deal there, which has also been confirmed in the last few minutes. And we'll keep across any other transfers as the evening progresses before we go for another break there as we get ready for the second half in the Premier League game between Sunderland and Burnley this evening in the Premier League. This evening as Rotherham United complete their deadline day swoops. Sunderland have completed a deadline day swoop as well, and they've completed a deadline day swoop of a first half which has been complete and utter domination over Burnley. And what's that first half for us and can give us this assessment on that first half. When you look at it, Paul, obviously Burnley have got James Ward-Prowse on the bench and is ranked first in everything: set piece chances created, also set piece assists, direct free kick shots, and direct free kick goals. How good an acquisition is this for Burnley? And do you think he comes on today to try and impact this game, or do you think even if he comes on, it won't be enough for Burnley to get something from the game today?
Well, it's difficult to say. James Ward-Prowse is an effective midfielder, and I think he would do okay for Burnley. But it screams the attitude of Alan Pace at Burnley, the owner of Burnley, why they've only gone for one free transfer. They've clearly accepted that they're going down, and he's also bought another club in Espanyol, as you're aware. So it's Scott Parker. I feel sorry for him because he's now left in this position. But at the same time, I think Burnley need to look at Scott Parker and maybe move on. I think it's better for both parties to separate, to be honest. But yeah, I think if Scott Parker has got any chance of getting back into this game, I really think he should bring on James Ward-Prowse for the start of the second half.
Yes, and I don't think he, from what I can see, probably don't look like he's doing as of yet. We'll wait to see if They're doing a few moments time, but from what I can see, looks like there's only one change for Burnley, and it's not going to be the one you are expecting. We'll wait to see if I'm correct. Well, that's why I'm even. It's not going to be. There's one change for Burnley, but not James Ward-Prowse. I'll let you confirm if I'm correct or not, and which one that is very, very soon. But for now, Paul, thank you very much. We're back with you for this during the second half as we keep you bang up to date here on transfer deadline day in the game between, as well as keeping you up to date with the game between Burnley away and Sunderland in the Premier League this evening as we watch this game unfold as the game second half has just gone away just there, and the game with Sunderland leading comfortably in this game this evening today, as we have got some interesting news. And we'll probably bring up the confirmation of who's come on and who's come off for Burnley in a few moments' time. When we get confirmation of that, we'll bring it to you here on the channel, which will be very, very soon, I would imagine. And Burnley will be looking to try and get a goal early on in the second half to try and change the complexion of the game in the end. Here, in what will be a very, let's just say, very, very, very good game for Sunderland so far, but Burnley yet to do. Then the second half is about to get underway at the Stadium of Light for the second half between Sunderland and Burnley. The second half is just about to get underway. We're still waiting for the kick-off for the second half. But Paul's seen the half-time substitution for Burnley, and what a poor substitution that is, Paul, from a Burnley perspective.
Yeah, they're 2-0 down, and they have gone with Josh Laurent for Axel Tuanzebe. Now, just a little bit of history on Josh Laurent playing in the centre-back position. It's usually been fleeting disaster with Josh Laurent in that position because he's a midfielder, he's not really a centre-back. So now he's gone to make a change, taking Axel Tuanzebe out, which is, I suppose, is reasonable. Axel Tuanzebe has not played well in the first half at all. The second half is underway, incidentally. But to bring on another player who has not played well in the centre-back position this season, it's not the wisest of moves. He was going to make that change. I would have brought on Joe Worrell.
I'm surprised that Worrell. You've got Worrell on the bench. He's got Premier League experience with Nottingham Forest, and he's probably thinking out there, what have I got to do to get a game? He could have tried pushing for a move on deadline day to go to another club instead of sitting on Burnley's bench for the remainder of the season. It's, like you said, Paul, it's a very, very weak substitution, especially if you've got someone of his calibre and Worrell's calibre on the bench.
Yeah, Edwards just gets into the penalty area there and wins a corner. So Burnley have a corner. Just stick with me a moment, please, Russ. Burnley have a corner here on the right-hand side at the start of the second half. Really good break into the penalty area there by Marcus Edwards. He's been one of the bright sparks for Burnley this season, and it took a long time for Scott Parker to realise that as well. The corner coming in now on the right-hand side, and it's headed out comfortably that time by Aldertrete, and it's a throw-in for Burnley, but they've started brightly to the start of the second half of Burnley. We'll see how that goes on. 2-0 to Sunderland right now.
Thank you very much there to Paul James. Excellent stuff so far from Paul, as usual, as you would come to expect on Paul on match updates or match commentary on the commentary. But we always look forward to having him as part of our team moving forward ahead of the World Cup in the summer, which we're going to be covering the majority of those games where we can here on the channel, which will be some good matches to cover as well. I'll try and get help out wherever possible. Also, it's been a post game so far for Burnley at the game at the Stadium of Light as we watch the game there. Swansea City have announced the signing of Leo Walter from IK Sirius, the 22-year-old midfielder joins along to the end of the season. will complete a permanent move for an undisclosed fee on July the 1st, while Bristol City have confirmed the signing of TommyOvat from Sturmgrass for an undisclosed fee. The Slovenian midfielder has signed a 4.5-year deal till the summer of 2030 at Ashton Gate. He almost said at the Stadium of Light then, for one reason or another, which don't ask me why, because I don't even know, because I don't even play Stadium of Light, do Bristol City. They play at Ashton Gate. No light involved within the stadium name, so I'm surprised. So I don't know why I got that one completely wrong there, which I don't know why I did that in the end. Right. Sunderland completely dominant against Burnley so far in this game this evening, and you've got to say that Burnley, in my opinion, have been outfought, outplayed, and void of any ideas really in terms of the match from the minute they walked out onto the field, Burnley don't really know what they're doing. I think for me, I don't know whether Paul agrees, and we'll ask him in a few moments. But for me, from watching this game here, it's like Burnley have given up already in this game, and just like thinking, oh, it's okay, we're 2-0 down. And giving up in the season. He's like, yeah, we're 2-0 down. We're not going to win. We're not going to do anything here. Might as well just continue to play like we have been doing. And if we get a goal back, yeah, we get a goal back. If we don't, oh, well, we'll chalk it off and move on to the next game. But Burnley so far have been absolutely poor, and there's no real options there to say anything is going to change in the poor performance in that first half, and with a midfielder coming on to play a centre back, we've got a natural centre back on there. It just boggles the mind for me. And I think Parker set up this game, he came to try and get a point here and try and get a 0-0, but with Sunderland's own form, that's not going to happen. And it's always going to be a tough ask, because the Cinema Light was a tough ask last season. And the Cinema Light have got a good side of Sunderland at the Stadium of Light, and they're causing problems for Burnley. But Burnley have sort of been better in the second half. But Paul, for Burnley, where do they go from here? Because he's not really done much in the game. But Sunderland relatively in control in this game as well, really.
Yeah, they've got they're defending very, very well. Burnley have started brightly in the second half. The first 5 minutes between Marcus Edwards and Jadon Anthony have both got down the wings and got good balls into the box. But that's really all it's been. It's been dealt with very comfortably by the Sunderland defence. And at the moment, Burnley started better in the second half. They certainly dominated possession at the start of the first 5 minutes of the second half. And for the first time in the game, they're actually leading on the possession stats. But they've got to try to get that final ball right, looking to find Lyle Foster to create chances in the Sunderland penalty area. We've had 6 minutes gone at the start of the second half. It's Sunderland 2, Burnley 0.
Thank you very much there, Paul. Not a good start for Sunderland in the second half, but a good start on the scoreline for Sunderland in the game. And a lot of the action to start so far in the second half has been in the Sunderland half of the field. And you've got to question Sunderland's mentality. They think 2-0 job's done, but that's not the case. Burnley get the next goal, and it's going to be very, very nervy inside the Stadium of Light, especially even though Sunderland's got the young record, but especially when in previous games where they've, like against Leeds, they were leading, and then Leeds came back and equalised and hung on for the draw. I know that was only 1-0, but if they keep leading with 2-0 and Burnley get another goal back off a deficit and then get another goal back, we could go on the back books. If you're most vulnerable when you've just scored, and that's what's really not happening much for Sunderland today because of the quality they're up against. With say if they were playing against a team, say like Arsenal or somebody like that, that would be a few problems potentially for Sunderland where they've started this second half. I can see two former Sunderland men there now, Quinn and Peter Reid, in the crowd there watching on. and they must be very delighted with the way Sunderland have played so far, apart from the opening 10 minutes or so of the second period, where Burnley have had a lot more joy in this game so far. But going back to the transfers now, which is what we're really here for, and some breaking news from Swindon Town. Junior Oilert has joined Swindon Town from Scottish side Hibernian. That deal has just gone through, been confirmed in the last few moments, as is Bournemouth goalkeeper Will Dennis is heading on loan till later on. It's a straight loan deal with no obligation to buy. Dennis is currently injured, so will not be available to play imminently. We will be joining later. Nevertheless, there's some more breaking news there for our listeners who are supporting us there. Now, Quinn is also a former Arsenal striker as well. Oh, thank you very much for that, Paul. He had a very good career there, in my opinion. He's had a very good career. Now, Quinn, we've seen him a few times. I've been watching some videos of him as well. And very good striker back in the day. Now, Quinn there, in my very humble opinion, and one which I think Sunderland and maybe also could do with right now to strengthen in case of injuries in that attacking line. Maybe more so Sunderland than Arsenal, with Arsenal on the top of the table. Because if Sunderland had someone like now Quinn in there, they'll probably had more points than what they've got so far. Yeah, it is a bit over now, Paul, but nevertheless, I think you could still do a job, even if you only had one leg, Paul. I think you could still do a job better than Kai Havertz in front to go for Arsenal, in my opinion. And maybe even better than Victor Gyökeres. I know Gyökeres scored on the weekend, but that's his first goal in quite a while. So he's not really been hitting the heights in the Champions League. So, but I think he probably could do better than Gyökeres in an Arsenal shirt now, Quinn, or better than said Bobby in the Sunderland shirt, in my opinion. Some more breaking news here as well, which is coming into us as well, which is we're getting all the time here on transfer deadline day. Oxford United have announced the signing of Ruben Ruskins on loan from Huddersfield Town. The agreement includes an option to buy, which will become an obligation should certain conditions met. The 25-year-old joins the Youths after making 40 appearances for Huddersfield Town since signing in January 2025, so since signing just over a year ago now for Huddersfield Town. But that deal looks like that deal has just gone through. He is now at Oxford United there rather than Huddersfield Town. Now Ruskins there as he steps up a division and joins the Championship outfit they're managed in. It was used to be managed by Gary Rowett until recently, until he left, and now is managed by Matt Bloomfield, who used to be at Luton and Wickham Wanderers respectively. Did Matt Bloomfield used to be the manager of there. Been a good start to the game from Burnley. Let's see if they have got any response, got a goal in them in the moment yet, or whether Sunderland still lead. We'll get across to Paul James in just a second to see about that one, which we can do round about now. And Paul, from looking from this game, has Burnley responded well with a goal, or is Sunderland still in control in that aspect?
Sunderland is still in control in that aspect, but a quick free kick by Kyle Walker launched the ball into the penalty area. Maxim Esteve just got the header in, but it was over the crossbar to make it Burnley's second attempt. No shots on target yet, though, for the Clarets, and Sunderland are still defending very, very well and shutting Burnley down from any way through. And once again, what we're seeing from Sunderland is a really, really good defensive display, whilst also pressing Burnley back as well, and making it difficult for them as well when they go forward to Sunderland. They're doing exactly what is needed to stay up in the Premier League, in my mind. I've only watched them a few times this season, but when I have, I look at them and I think they're doing exactly what they need to do to ensure Premier League survival. And it makes sense, as I said earlier, that they're built on this transfer window so that they can prepare for next season and maybe make an even bigger impact.
Yes, thank you very much. There, Paul. Sunderland 2-0 up against Burnley in the second half in the game there at the Stadium of Light. Good to see Sunderland starting off well in this second half against Burnley. Not just saying, like I said, Burnley rivals in terms of relegation for the team I support, or down there with the team I support. But Sunderland have started well in this game and looking to pull this game beyond doubt if they can get a goal in the next few minutes or so. Burnley just, as they try and keep the ball down in the corner, they did Sunderland a few minutes ago. We'll just watch, keep an eye on there. We're going to go for a quick break in a minute. And normally when I go for a break, a goal normally happens. I know it didn't happen in the first half, but that's what will happen in the second half after giving you this breaking news from Wigan Athletic. And Caelan Vickers has joined Wigan Athletic on loan to the end of the season from Brighton, the 21-year-old. Spent the first half of the season out on loan at Barnsley. That's been cut short to allow him to join Wigan Athletic. So that deal has gone through there in the last few minutes. We're going to take a quick break right now, but when we return, we'll have more updates and more transfer news as we bring you the second half of Sunderland against Burnley. Will we see a goal in the second half when we wait for the break? Who knows? Join us short to find out. Welcome back to the Contrab's coverage of Transfer Deadline Day, featuring updates on Sunderland against Burnley, which has been a good game so far and good match in the end there. And it's really good to see deals still getting done and still getting announced by clubs. And Leicester City have announced a signing in the last few minutes. Divine was at then from a chief back and say them Divine Mukasa. There we go. Put your teeth back in to say the name of the player. Divine Mukasa has joined on loan from Manchester City, signed a new deal at Manchester City before going out on loan to Leicester City. And Leicester also had signed Dujan Richards on loan from Chelsea as well in the next few minutes as well. We're going to come back, head back across right now, any second now, to the Stadium of Light. I've heard there's been a chance for Sunderland, plus also a double substitution in the game for Burnley as well, Paul James.
Yeah, Brian Brobby picks up the ball inside the 18-yard box. He turns Maximus Esteve, gets a shot away, and it is just wide. So Sunderland still firing warning shots across Burnley's bow. Double substitution from Burnley. Florentino and Lyle Foster go off for leading scorer Zion Fleming, and Armando Broja is on as well as Burnley attempt to get back into this game. Stronger substitution this time by Scott Parker. But here's Brobby now, and inside the penalty area. Can he get a shot away? He can! Oh, it was a super save from Martin Dubravka. Oh, goodness me, that should have been 3-0, but what a good save from Martin Dubravka. It was cleared behind. Sunderland have a player down now. It's Makalele, or I should say Mokalele. Brian Brobby just gets a shot away. What a super save. What an absolutely super save by the goalkeeper, because that had 3-0 written all over it, Russ. It looks like it was put behind by the other Sunderland forward. I'm just trying to make out who that was. Yes, that's Lafay puts that ball behind. So still 2-0, 65 minutes gone. We might see another substitution from Makalele. This time may come off. He's limping right now. 2-0 to Sunderland.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. 2-0 Sunderland lead. And it's been a good lead and a good value for the lead as well as Sunderland. And what a game has been there at the Stadium of Light. We'll be heading back there shortly for more updates in the game, as Everton have just announced the signing of Tyreek George from Chelsea on loan with a buy option clause in that deal as well. That deal has just gone through in the last few minutes there, as Leicester have confirmed the news which I brought you a few moments ago about Brandon Cover joining Waltham United for an undisclosed fee subject to league approval. That deal has been done. There is confirmed by both clubs there, and Bailey Cadamartre confirmed by Wrexham as well. I've just seen in the last few minutes there as well. And Portsmouth have completed the loan signing from Santos of Gustavo Caballero till the end of the season there as well. And Sanfield has joined Norwich City as well. So there's some transfer news as well still happening, in some good news for some clubs there who needed some new signings this window, which is all more can be said than Leeds United. Brazilian A side Santos, sorry. I think it's called a Portuguese, didn't I? Sorry about that if any Brazilians listening. I meant Brazilian side there. But what a good game so far, and what a good Stadium of Light. Sunderland still in control there, and well in control there. No real option for controls, and everything seems to be okay so far in terms of. And there's been a bit of a scuffle going off at the Stadium of Light, a bit of argy-bargy, if you will. No pardon the pun there, as just mentioned, a South American side, and Argentina also South American. But what's happened to the Stadium of Light?
Well, it started off where Trey Hume was going in chasing for the ball. Martin Dubravka came sliding out and connected with Trey Hume. Then those two were pushing and shoving each other. And then Leslie Ugachukwu, and I'm just trying to spot who the other guy was. I think it was Diarra. were pushing and shoving each other. Trey Hume has got the yellow card. To my knowledge, Martin Dubravka has not, which is interesting, considering it was very much 50-50. But Trey Hume has got the yellow card for Sunderland as a consequence of all that. And Diarra and Ugachukwu have both been unpunished.
Thank you very much there, Paul. And Paul, you really got to say that if one player gets booked in them situations, the other one got to do as well, really, haven't you?
Well, Paul Tierney's the referee, so I don't know what you expect out of that. Burnley are about to make a substitution now. Marcus Edwards is coming off, and coming on is Loum Takauna, the Frenchman signed from Lazio in the summer. That is an interesting change. I would say Edwards has been Burnley's best player, so it's interesting that Scott Parker should take him off at this point. But that is Burnley's fourth substitution, and that is their third actual substitution attempt made by Scott Parker, so that would be their last substitution. That's the last roll of the dice for Parker. It's Sunderland 2, Burnley 0.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. Excellent stuff so far in the game, covering the game for us at the same line between Sunderland and Burnley in the match today. Really good to see games of this magnitude there as well. Trey Hume did get booked, as Paul rightly mentioned. I'm just double checking here. And Paul, I know you mentioned when we were just with you there a few minutes ago, you don't have to come back in here, but I've just looked. Even Martin Dubravka also got booked when he went in with Trey Hume initially. So both players did get booked in that moment there for you, my friend. Thought to give you the confirmation because she said she wasn't 100% sure, so I thought I'd just give you confirmation there. And it's been a good game so far for Sunderland. Really good performance from them and really comfortable for them as well. And as I mentioned, they are going to move up to 8th place on 36 points. They're just 4 points behind Chelsea and 6 points, and 5 points, should I say, behind Manchester United and 10 points behind Aston Villa. Surely Sunderland can't break into the top 3, can they? Into the playoff, into the Champions League places. There's been another yellow card for Burnley, which we'll hang on to in a moment. You can tell us all about that very, very shortly. Paul, we'll come to you in just a moment or two's time. We'll just stay away from that at the moment in time as we keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening here in the world of football on transfer deadline day, as we keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening here tonight. Deals still ongoing up in Scotland. All the deals in England have ended now, so even though some are still getting confirmed very, very shortly. Well, as we speak, deals getting confirmed all the time as we speak here. In this game, and that's why I was holding off on that Burnley yellow card, because there has been yet another goal in the game at the Stadium of Light. Paul did say to us earlier on that we may not be done in terms of goal scoring. I agreed as well, and you are actually correct, Paul James.
Well, I'll explain the goal in a moment, if it can be explained. Such was the magnificence of it. But Jadon Anthony picked up a yellow card for going into the back of the goal scorer, Taibbi, and that's why he picked up the yellow card. Taibbi's goal was magnificent. He cuts inside from the left-hand side, and nobody's closing him down. There is Kyle Walker there. There is Perez there as well. Nobody's picking him up, but Taibbi curls the shot brilliantly into the top left-hand corner off the underside of the crossbar, and that was an absolutely magnificent strike, and it's going to be one of the goal of the season contenders, I'm sure. No chance for Martin Dubravka. Poor defending by Burnley, but the finishing was sublime, and that puts the cherry on the cake. There's 18 minutes left. It is Sunderland 3, Burnley 0.
Thank you very much, Paul James. An excellent start to this game for Sunderland, and an excellent finish it looks like it's going to be, as well as we bring you more transfer news as and when we get it. And we have got some more transfer news right now, as Wolverhampton Wanderers have announced the signing of Adam Armstrong. He is signed from Southampton on a 3.5-year deal. Rob Edwards said Adam's really excited to be here. He's a competitor. He's got something about him that we need. Now, he was really keen to come and join Wolves and wants to play for Wolves. So it's a really good day for the club getting him in, said the manager Rob Edwards. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, Everton have completed the signing of England under-21 international Tyreek George from Chelsea on a permanent base, on loan for the rest of the season with an option to make a move permanent in the summer, should I say there. And also the news which I broke earlier as well, Karim Benzema has signed for Al Hilal from Al Ittihad. Transfer was hanging in the balance earlier in the day, whether the French striker has completed his move and left Al Ittihad after falling out with the club over the contract extension proposal he received. The former Real Madrid star was insulted by it. He earned a reported 1.6 million a week. That's 1.6 million a week at Al Ittihad. Not sure how much he's earning at Al Hilal, but he was happy with the proposal of a new contract there and has moved on. It's Karim Benzema and joined Al Hilal as well there from Al Ittihad in the Saudi Pro League as well, with some breaking news there from that league there as well on this transfer deadline day. Yes, there is Media Radio Jingles and Gaming. Thank you very much for joining us earlier. And Paul's not prove how much he's earning a week. By the sounds of things from what he's just sent us here today. The fee for Wolves signing Adam Armstrong is 7 million plus 2 million in add-ons. So that's a total of £9 million for Wolverhampton Wanderers. And I was surprised when I saw the figure banged around earlier of £9 million total package that Leeds United weren't all over that one when they found out they couldn't get a deal done for Jurgen Strand-Larsen there. So I was surprised Leeds didn't make a move for Adam Armstrong there in the end. But we'll have to wait and see what Leeds have got up their sleeve for the remainder of the season if they go in for any free agents, which could potentially, they've got until the 4th Thursday in March to get signed there. The chances keep on coming at the Stadium of Light, and there's this time though is not for the home side. I've heard it's come for the visitors. In what I have heard, down to the Stadium of Light, he's gone for Sunderland in a game where he's gone for Burnley where they're trailed by 3-0. What's the latest there with it, Paul James?
Well, it was a Jadon Anthony effort from the edge of the 18-yard box, which hit the back of Zion Fleming and went wide. Otherwise, it might have been Burnley's first shot on target. But edge of the box there, Jadon Anthony had a go, and he just wasn't able to get it towards goal. It's still 3-0. Burnley are coming forward now, though. They're making a fist of it, if you will, but they're well and truly beaten today. There's no way back for them, in my opinion. They've just won a free kick now midway inside the Sunderland half. It's 14 minutes to go, 3-0 to Sunderland.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. We'll be back with Paul plenty of time before we end this show around about 10 o'clock this evening with updates for the remainder of the game before we do leave you tonight just after 10 o'clock here in the UK. But Sunderland leading by 3-0, and deservedly so as well in well, from the game as well. And you've got to say that Sunderland have really, really, really been so good today and deservedly leading as well as Sunderland. Complete control and Burnley, yes, another slowly trying to get back into it, but not really laying a perfect, what you would call a perfect glove on the man there as we were on them there in this game, as we watch this game unfold in the end. Towards the conclusion, as we bring your deadline day towards the conclusion, as well remains 3-0 to Sunderland in the Premier League, and remains transfers happening all the time in the deadline day sphere, as what the title says, transfer deadline day, as this is a transfer deadline day live here on the TCHub, as we've been with you for almost 5 hours now, as we start on air at 5 o'clock UK time, and we will be leaving you just after 10 o'clock this evening. We have just got some big breaking news coming out of the Premier League this evening. It involves a former Burnley player in Dwight McNeil. Dwight McNeil's move to Crystal Palace has collapsed. The deal was for loan with a 20 million obligation if the certain thresholds were met. However, we understand that the paperwork was not submitted in time and the deal is off. No Dwight McNeil for Crystal Palace. So that may finish Crystal Palace's transfer window and Everton's transfer window. Everton has still got their man for the deal. And they've also got Tyree George as well. But that deal has now collapsed in the last few minutes, and big breaking news there. What will Palace do now? They can't do anything now because the window's almost gone. But Burnley, 11 points from safety as it stands right now. We're trailing by 3-0, and you've got to say, it's a miracle for them to stay. They've got West Ham, Crystal Palace, Chelsea, Brentford, Everton, Bournemouth to come. They really need to win against West Ham to stand any chance of survival, Burnley. Otherwise, they may as well pack up the bags and go away down to the Championship again for the full season, maybe even longer. Who knows? But Brandon Neal's move to Crystal Palace has fallen through in the last few minutes. That is some breaking news there for you here on Transfer Deadline Day as we watch this game unfold in front of our eyes there. Yes, Media Radio Jingles and Gaming. Dwight McNeil stays at Everton and will not go to Crystal Palace. That deal fell through. In the last few minutes, the paperwork was not done in time for that deal to happen. But this has been a good game so far. It remains 3-0 to Burnley. But since we were last with Paul, there's been some substitutions which he can tell us about in a sec as we go into see towards the closing stages of this game. Substitutions have happened, but who for, Paul James?
Well, there's a triple substitution for Sunderland. Habib Diarra, the player of the match for me. Taibbi and Brobby have all gone off, replaced by Gertruda, Mundell and Isidore. So triple substitution there for Sunderland. Regis Lebris rolling dice for the first time. Burnley making their final substitution. Jadon Anthony has gone off for Jacob Brun-Larsen. It's still 3-0 here, and it's still pretty poor stuff from Burnley. Apart from the first several minutes of the second half, it really has died as far as they're concerned. Not as bad as the first half, but it's very, very poor, and they've been well beaten here today. 3-0 with 8 minutes left.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. As Sunderland completely in control against Burnley and deservedly the leaders from what I've seen of the match as anyway as well. So Burnley deserved losers in this game. Sunderland deserved winners, and Sunderland will look to be closing the gap at the top of the table, as I mentioned earlier, to those teams in and around them there, as well as it looks like this game will come to an end here as we can keep you bang up to date with the news on transfer deadline days. Leicester City look to have completed another signing in time, maybe. We'll have to wait and see whether that gets confirmed. But as it stands, Burnley completely outnumbered in this Premier League encounter. And they may have been left short in the transfer window as well. I know Burnley looked at a couple of players earlier today. Not sure which positions, mind you. I know Burnley were in the market for a couple of signings earlier today, but none came to fruition because Scott Parker were focusing on this game. I wanted to out to speak to the media and speak to get the signings done. He was up in Sunderland rather than staying in Lancashire to get the deals done. So the deals fell through, as well as just getting a bit more information on the information regarding Dwight McNeil's cancelled move to Crystal Palace is definitely gone. The move is off. Deal sheet was submitted in time, and the Everton winger completed his medical. But after the Mateta sale collapsed for Crystal Palace, from Crystal Palace to AC Milan, Palace changed terms from 20 million purchase to loan with buy obligation, and then Palace pulled out in the last minute as well. And Sunderland's own record this season, which looks like it's going to continue like this. This is before today, by the way. 11 games, 6 wins and 5 draws there. But going back to the McNeil news, the deal, Palace changed terms and then pulled the plug, and Dwight McNeil stays with Everton and will travel back to Merseyside from London this evening. Be interesting to see how this game unfolds as we come towards the end of the game here. Will we see some transfer deadline day business for any of these two sides get confirmed after because the deals could have been done in time with the paperwork and everything, but then some deals get announced after the window is slammed shut and after the deadline is slammed shut, as the extra 2-hour deadline slammed shut as well. So there could be some signings announced after the game for one of these two sides. But as it stands right now, nothing happening. Looks like nothing happened to Burnley, and just one we brought you earlier for Sunderland went through. So these are some notable transfers in the Premier League, which we'll go through in just a second, because we have got news of a Sunderland substitution in the game at the Stadium of Light against Burnley. Let's hear about that first before I give you the Premier League notable transfers. Paul James.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Omar Alderete has been replaced by Luke O'Nine for Sunderland, looking to strengthen the defence a little bit. But with 4 minutes left, I've given my man of the match to Habib Diallo. Diarra, I should say, and his performances today has been excellent. Perhaps a little unlucky not to get credit for both of those goals, but it's 3-0 with 2.5 minutes to play.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. And I would have to say, from what I've seen, it has been the correct choice in terms of player of the match. Now, this is the notable Premier League transfers. Anton Semenyo from Bournemouth to Man City for £64 million. Jorgen Strand-Larsen from Wolves to Crystal Palace for £48 million, which is 43 plus 5 million add-ons, taking up to the total package of 48 million. Brennan Johnson from Spurs to Palace for £35 million. Conor Gallagher from Atletico to Spurs for £34 million. Oscar Bob from Man City to Fulham for £27 million. And Mark Gahey from Palace to Man City for just £20 million. Paul, I just want to bring you in here on with that there rather than the actual game at this moment in time. And for what you, out of those names there, Semenyo, Strang-Larsen, Johnson, Gallagher, Bob, Gay, which one of those do you think will have the biggest impact in the second half of the season for their new sides?
I would say Semenyo adds an extra breadth of attack for Manchester City. I was concerning myself more with the amount of money involved there and the numbers. It's football's lost its mind when it comes to the size of these transfer fees that are being paid and the wages and everything else. It's way out of hand. It can't go on like this. But in answer to your question, I think Antoine Semenyo is probably, in my opinion, the pick of the bunch there.
Thank you very much there, Paul. I would probably have to agree. For me, closely second, I would probably say Conor Gallagher is a good acquisition / Spurs midfield as we in this, in my opinion, as we watch this closing stages of the game. We're coming towards the end of our programme now. We'll finish just around about 10 o'clock this evening. Just around about 10 o'clock we'll finish this evening, round up with some of the day's Premier League transfers before we finish off this evening and go through some of the transfers there. But we have covered quite a lot of transfers on the show from 5 o'clock this evening all the way through until the end of this game as well. Been a good game, and you would have to say that Sunderland fully deserve their victory over Burnley tonight, which is the way it's going to go. We're into 4 minutes of stoppage time there now in the Premier League, and Sunderland will look to come forward will look to try and see out and keep a clean sheet against Burnley, and this will be one of the games where not very often teams at the Stadium of Light come and score goals, unlike Leeds United did early on in the season when they drew one apiece thanks to a brilliant team goal by Leeds United at the Stadium of Light. Started off with the right back on Leeds' right-hand side of the midfield, played it all the way back, played it to the goalkeeper, played it to the left back, who played it down the line, played it into midfield, across to the other midfielder, and then across into Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who scored to equalise for Leeds United in that game. In that game, Sunderland should have been way out of sight there. If you're listening as well and you heard those players mentioned, would let me know which player you think will be the most influence on their team moving forward in the second half of the season. And some breaking transfer news from Arsenal has just happened in the last few minutes. Big up to Mike Orneman, our very own Mike Orneman, for this exclusive breaking news here. Arsenal have completed the signing of 18-year-old midfielder Evan Mooney from Scottish side St Mirren. That news just in from Arsenal there. In the last has been confirmed there from our very own Mike Orneman. I'm all on the ground covering for Arsenal on transfer deadline day with Paul on this game here this evening. So Arsenal with a signing, but a youngster in the signing rather than an actual signing in general there as we watch this game to its conclusion. Bring this show towards its conclusion as well in around about 8 minutes time or so. As we've got towards the end of this game in the terms of the game, we've got a yellow card in the game between Burnley and Sunderland in the game at the Stadium of Light. We'll get across to Paul James in just a second, who can tell us all about that booking for Burnley in the game and whether there's a chance of another goal for either side in stoppage time so far.
No, not really. I think both sides have kind of accepted the result, to be honest with you. I think Sunderland are quite happy just to manage the game play out now, and Burnley just don't have any ideas going forward. The yellow card came for against the Burnley captain Kyle Walker. His late challenge on Lafay earned him a yellow card, and it is currently 3-0 to Sunderland, and we are inside the last 90 seconds of this game at the moment. So it's all said and done, I think, Russ.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. I think it's all said and done as well. I think this game will be very much wrapped up very, very shortly. And not only will that be wrapped up very shortly, it will be the show we wrapped up very soon. As well as we come towards the end of our show this evening, really good to have you all with us for transfer deadline day. And Southampton, in the last few minutes, they have announced a signing which has replaced Adam Armstrong, who completed his move to Wolves earlier today. Kyle Lauren from RCD Mallorca has signed on loan with an option to make that move permanent in the summer. He is now move has been confirmed, and they say thank you for everything to Adam Armstrong, who completed his move earlier today as well to Wolverhampton Wanderers in the Premier League. Speaking of the Premier League, the game is coming towards its conclusion. Yes, Kyle Lauren has joined Southampton from RCD Mallorca. That deal has just been confirmed by Southampton in the last few minutes. I've just been informed he's pronounced Kyle Lauren, Canadian international. Paul says that is a good signing there. Thank you very much for the correction there, Paul. Wasn't sure how you pronounced it, because they don't put out when they sign that how you pronounced it, but that deal has been confirmed by Southampton in the last few minutes there, as they say that he is signed the deal with on loan Kyle Lauren on loan from RCD Mallorca. 30-year-old arrives South Coast with significant domestic and international experience, 250 appearances and 86 goals across spells in America, Turkey, Belgium, Spain and the Netherlands for Kyle Lauren there. The full-time whistle has gone at the Stadium of Light. Sunderland are, let's just say, comprehensive and deserved winners in the end against Burnley, which is pretty much expected, you would have to say, with the way Burnley played today. They've been thoroughly dominant throughout start to finish of Sunderland. And let's see about the full-time report from Paul James.
Yes, full-time, Sunderland 3, Burnley 0. Comfortable, comprehensive victory, moving Sunderland into 7th place in the Premier League ahead of Fulham. To be honest with you, there was no doubt from this game from the beginning right through to the end. Burnley had a decent spell at the start of the second half for several minutes, but Sunderland have been by far the better team for most of this game. And the goal that ended it all, Taibbi on 72 minutes, a third goal. If you get the chance to watch that on your highlights on YouTube tonight, go ahead and watch it. It's worth the investment of your time. It was a magnificent strike. Burnley had nothing to offer. They've come away without a shot on target. From what I can see, the players have just gone down the tunnel for the most part. I haven't seen them go to the Burnley fans. I stand to be corrected on that if they have, but I didn't see it. And that is poor also when a group of supporters travel all that way on a Monday night, if that is the case. But full time here at the Stadium of Light, Sunderland 3, Burnley 0.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. Excellent coverage from yourself on the game at the Stadium of Light this evening. Brilliant game to cover by the sounds of it, and what I managed to catch of it as well, following the transfer news all evening on transfer deadline day. The Arsenal have made a second youth signing on transfer deadline day. That is Jaden Dixon. He is signed from Stoke City on a 4-year deal for $3.2 million in Arsenal's other business earlier today. And Mike, I can't wait for that either. JB ran later on Burnley, but he did say to me the other week when I did speak to him on the phone that he's accepted relegation now and he can't wait for next season to start in the Championship. That's what he said to me the other week. So hopefully there's going to be no more JB rants, unless he has a rant about Scott Parker and tells him to go. We'll have to see what he puts out on Facebook and maybe on YouTube as well. But we're closing into the end of our 5-hour broadcast this evening for the deadline day transfer news. And which will bring you our deal very, very soon to its conclusion. I can tell you that some news which is in for West Ham United, and Paul also said JB isn't tapping, which, well, Paul, I'm saying this is tongue in cheek. Well, if he's not happy, which dwarf is he then? If JB's not happy, my friend.
Well, look, he's every reason to be. I know sometimes we take a poke at JB, but he's every reason not to be happy with that performance, because that was the worst performance I have seen from any team in the Premier League for a very long time. It was absolutely dreadful from Burnley's perspective. Really dreadful. And I think Scott Parker, I think it's time for him to go.
You ready there first from Paul? He thinks it's time for Scott Parker to go. And I reckon JB will be following you in the same vein of form as well. Just some breaking news. Axel de Sarce's deal to West Ham. That deal will go ahead and has been completed in time. All approved. West Ham and Chelsea have agreed all the terms on the loan deal till the end of this season. Medical was done earlier. Documents too. That deal will go through tonight. And just looking at the XG, Paul, I know you're big on XG, expected goals, if you will, if you want to give me the full title for that game this evening. And we'll just bring you in here. And Sunderland, 1.54 XG. Burnley, 0.07 XG in that game tonight.
Okay, so what I'm going to do for those listening and those that don't know, so please don't get angry if you do know, but those that don't know how XG works, it works like this. It's based on the quality of chances that you have, and that's worked up in a percentage. The idea is the better chance you have, the better chances you have, the higher your expected goals is. It's not a perfect calculation, it's not a perfect stat, but it does give you an idea on the quality of chances that your team has had. So this tells a story in and of itself. 1.47 for Sunderland. That basically means that based on the chances that Sunderland have had, they should have had 1.5 goals from as an average from the chances that they've had. Burnley, on the other hand, 0.05, which means the majority of Burnley's chances were not within goal-scoring range. It's that simple. And based on who had those chances as well. No shots on target for Burnley. It's a clear and unarguable stat in my mind that Burnley were absolutely dreadful tonight going forward. Absolutely dreadful. And I really feel for all of those Burnley fans that travelled all that way on a Monday night to watch that fiasco. And that's what it was, a fiasco.
Yeah, Paul, for me, obviously I watched that while I was looking at transfer news as well here in my studio here, where you were there. And for me, you were watching it there and more closely than I were. It looked for me in bits I saw like Burnley didn't get off the team bus tonight. They were still sat on the team bus, even with half time and even towards the end of the set. I know that biggest when they saw the second half, 5 or 10 after that, coming back in front of you come out for the 5 or 10 minutes to start the second half, and then went back on the team bus again. That's what it looked like to me from what I saw tonight, Paul. Would you agree with that?
I just think they'd accepted the result before the kickoff. I think they just accepted that they were going to lose tonight before the kickoff. I did not see any fight from Burnley today. I didn't see any effort from them. I don't like to say that because I'm sure footballers go out and do their best, but from what I could see tonight, it did not look like there was any effort.
Yeah,
And
that's
Scott
what
Parker
from
from the
me
bench,
as well.
he stood there like a cabbage. He stood there like a cabbage doing nothing, saying nothing, right? He's just standing there watching it all. I'm not sure why he didn't bring on James Ward-Prowse. If he's going to bring on, Jacob Brun-Larsen, he's going to bring on Armando Broja and Zion Fleming. Surely you have to bring on somebody that can create chances for those players. And James Ward-Prowse would have been the perfect solution for that. Now, maybe he wasn't fit, but when I was doing my preparation for this game, I couldn't find anything that confirmed he was injured. Perhaps not match fit. I know he wasn't playing much at Forest, so perhaps maybe that's why he didn't play him, that he felt he wasn't match fit, but he could have brought him on for the last 15, 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes, but he chose not to do that.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see where Burnley go from here, Paul. For me, I think it's probably down to the Championship and reset, maybe with a new manager, or maybe if we get rid of Parker, could they have a new manager bounce for Saturday against West Ham? Who knows? But I don't think Parker will go this side of the season ending.
They won't fire him this side of the season. They won't do it because they have to pay off his contract. That's the thing. They have to pay off his contract. And I'm not sure they can afford to do that. And that might be largely as well why they haven't gone so big in this transfer window. And they were quite willing to let Jadon Anthony go for 22 million to Leeds. They were quite willing to do that, but they weren't prepared to spend any money coming back. Also, Mike Trezor was rumoured to be out the door today as well, and that hasn't happened. And I'm really surprised at that because Mike Trezor has hardly played for Burnley at all in the last 2 years, despite his obvious talent. So I'm not sure what's going on there either.
Neither am I, Paul. Thank you very much. There's just one final bit of breaking news just before we do wrap up, which we'll wrap up after this bit of breaking news story here. And the breaking news that we have got this evening is that Angel Gomez has swapped Marseille for Wolves on loan till the end of the season. That deal has gone through. Now Angel Gomez has swapped France and sunny Marseille for wet and rainy Molineux and Wolverhampton Wanderers. That's all we have got time for this evening. And just one final point, which I agree with Mike here, and I'm sure you would as well, Paul, as the fans have left the stadium now, or there's only minimal fans left inside the stadium. Mike has put out here, if he's not fully fit, then why is he in the squad at all? Then where's the subs place on the bench if he's just making up numbers? Which I think Mike's got a really good point about.
Absolutely. Nail on the head. Absolutely. This is a complete waste of time. Look, Scott Parker as a manager is a fantastic manager in the Championship. He can get teams out of the Championship. He's proven he can do that. But at the Premier League level, his results don't stand for him being a quality Premier League manager. If you were to look at somebody in any job, whatever it might be, and you were to see this sort of performance, you would say the person's not fit for the job. So I don't see why football's any different. It's
absolutely, Paul. It's like I'm going to use you as an example, obviously, because alongside this you have a job outside of this, Paul. But say you don't do your job properly, where you do work outside of the commentary hub, you'd be pulled in the office and say, if you don't do this and this by this sort of date, over the past 3 or 4 months, your work is not being good enough. We're gonna have to move you on and get somebody else in. I don't understand why Burnley haven't done that with Scott Parker this season yet at all.
Well, the difference is, of course, they have to pay off Scott Parker's contract, and Scott Parker is not on my salary. He's on a lot more than that. So Burnley do have to consider the financial impacts of this before they make that decision. And I honestly don't think that they want to let him go for that reason. Not because they think he's a particularly good manager, but because they don't particularly want to pay the extent of what his salary may be in order to get rid of him and get somebody else in to do the job.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much there to Paul then, and thank you very much to Mag for your contributions, media, radio, jingles and gaming as well, and also to Tom Wood as well. Thank you very much for listening, everybody. It is the deadline transfer deadline day show here on the TCHub. Been on there for just over 5 hours now. Thank you very much for listening, and we'll see you again real soon here on the country. We'll be back tomorrow with coverage of Arsenal against Chelsea in the Carabao Cup second leg. Join us then. But from all the team here, it's goodbye for tonight. Goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your Monday.